Alright, so in May of 2024, real life baby reindeer stalker Fiona Harvey came forward and did an exclusive tell all interview with Piers Morgan to try and explain her side of the baby reindeer story and defend herself. But in the process, she actually did more damage to her case than good. She came across unreliable, inconsistent, and a bit unstable as she contradicted herself over and over. And during this time, she had her Facebook account open and available to the public. Shortly after the interview with Piers Morgan aired, she put her Facebook account on private, but I was able to screen record all of her posts before doing so. So I made a video displaying all of her Facebook posts as a way to document them. But that video was bombarded with comments upset that I wasn't actually reading the posts aloud. So I decided I'd go over some of the posts on another video and actually read them. But when doing so, I put on an over-the-top fake Fiona Harvey Scottish accent because I thought had I used my regular voice that a lot of viewers would get bored. But then I got tons of comments complaining about how much they hated the accent. So I decided I'd try to appease both groups by redoing the videos and reading all of her Facebook posts in my regular voice. So I will be doing that on this video, so let this video be your one-stop shop for all of Fiona Harvey's Facebook posts and rants, at least as of October 2024. On this video, we have over 4 hours of Facebook posts from only April 25th through May 11th, and then one day in September. So more than 4 hours of posts just to cover a period of 2.5 weeks. So get comfortable, grab a snack, stay hydrated, and be sure to buckle up because this is going to be a very bumpy ride. And after reading all of these posts, I think I need therapy now. Richard Gadd, who is not known to me, wrote a show 4 or 5 years ago for the Festival Fringe called Baby Reindeer. It would appear to be popular on Netflix now among 20-somethings with no brain. I do not follow the rantings of Richard Gadd or failed comedians like him. I have no idea what he said apart from a few quotes thrown at me this week by other people. He seems to have some fat ugly woman called Martha being played by an actress as pretending to be me. Again, I do not know this actress. Richard Gadd was a jobbing barman in the Holly Arms, Camden. I did know that. I used to live in Camden and no longer do. The Holly Arms was a haven of drink and drugs, and there are allegations against some barmen. It's a horrific joint and I thought had been shut down by licensing. I've had death threats from Richard Gadd supporters on here this week. I've had vile stalking and abusive threats. I know nothing about Richard Gadd apart from his sorry little life story I listened to on a Sophie Hagen podcast he did with her when Baby Reindeer came out. I am not Martha, have no criminal convictions, have not been to the Holly Arms for 10 or 12 years. I am not interested in any aspect of Richard Gadd's life. I don't believe a word he says, not does anyone I know. I know from that podcast he failed in English degrees and did that stupid degree in theater studies at Glasgow Uni. I know he'll do and say anything to make money. He'll defame anyone. Richard Gadd and I have never even been friends or even in a relationship. He's a gay man. I'm a heterosexual woman. He did ask me out and stalked me years ago. Sorry, I'm not interested. Some people just can't take rejection. But to defame me all over the internet is, quote, another thing. My lawyers will sue. I hope that is clear even to the most deranged follower of Richard Gadd. Might I also say with reference to Richard Gadd, he and his supporters have been stalking me for days. I've spent hours and hours with journalists, and his stupid little firm of lawyers are trying to prevent everyone printing anything about Precious Richard. It will not work. His lawyers keep asking for extra time. They are total idiots. The latest allegation he is making is people called his father a P. His father was a professor in Mud at Dundee Uni. Jeff Gadd he mentioned on the internet because he has put his whole family there at one time or another. Even his Welsh granny, reporters tell me. I don't for 1 minute think people called his dad a P. But he's called loads of people everything under the sun on chat rooms and everything. He claims to have been assaulted by a man. Either that's true, in which case that would in part account for his mentally ill behavior, or it's a lie. I personally think it's a lie because he didn't report to police. And just one more thing, journalists came to me this week and I've spent hours with them. They don't believe Richard Gadd either. No one normal believes him. When he defames me and when his crazy fans do, we report to police and lawyers. I tried debating with one tonight from Wales. It was like talking to the great brain dead. I don't have time. Serious consideration is being given to shutting down that daft theater course he did at Glasgow. Too many dafties on it. When the press print the true story, you'll all be the first to know. Here's one for all you Richard Gadd devotees before I go to bed. I was approached by a woman in Camden Town, early 20s, called Sandra. She was weeping and wailing distraught. She'd just been sacked by the Holly Arms and they owed her money. Craig Seymour was the manager at the time. His neurotic wife is an NHS doctor, which I find deeply worrying. He got thrown off his law course for being an alcoholic. I'll ask Craig for your money, I said. She got her money. She had been sacked for sleeping with John Clancy, jobbing barman when he was 19, brother of Abby Clancy. But John was sleeping with about 8 other women, so Sandra, who was Spanish and very pretty, got sacked and they all ganged up on her like the cowards they are. The funniest thing was hearing about Gadd being in the middle of it all, trying to get a woman high on drugs. I thought you might enjoy that story, you misogynistic little twits out there. It's not the first time the Hockey Arms has been raided by the drug squad, and it won't be the last. They've been trying to shut it down for years. Gadd borrowed a lot of money from the bipolar alcoholic owner for his shows. It's quid pro quo. That's common knowledge in Camden, and remember in the morning, if any of you stalk me, reports will be made to police and lawyers. It is my view Gadd has learning difficulties and mental illness. I don't want him anywhere near me. Anyway, I think he's got HIV. Now, night night, I'm tired listening to this crap. God, I'm tired and the central heating not working. They may well get rid of Youssef up the road. They've got the numbers. He's totally useless. If Ash Reagan votes with the opposition parties, Youssef is toast. She hates him. I don't see her not voting to oust him. Wonder when this vote of no confidence will be in Youssef, then next Wednesday or Thursday maybe. Something to look forward to. He's another Glasgow Uni reject. Can I just reiterate to Richard Gadd followers, I am not Martha, I am Fiona. I have been informed by various different sources this morning that Richard Gadd's supporters are still attacking me online. I have nothing to do with his internal plays. I am not Martha. I can't access my DMs just now. My other phone broke 3 weeks ago. I have limited access to anything on this phone, and that is the truth. I don't fantasize and make up stories. I am, however, seeing death threats to me and unwelcome posts on my account from Richard Gadd supporters. All of these names and comments from people I don't know are being sent to police and lawyers. I am keeping a list. I have been told Mr. Gadd has appealed to his crazed fans to leave a number of people alone. I don't think that's his intention at all. I do think he'll do anything to drum up publicity for a show no normal person will be watching. The word sick twist comes to mind. Just leave me alone. Most of us lead normal lives and want to live in peace. Writers write real works of fiction. This is a feeding frenzy about a show based on ridiculing people, particularly women. It's misogynistic, vile, intimidating. How am I to know if the stalkers online are real stalkers who beat and abuse women? I frankly don't know that. Richard Gadd could have written a play about anything. Maybe you should write a play about how many times people in Camden have wanted the Holly Arms where he worked shut down because of male violence and intimidation. I am also told this morning the man he claimed assaulted him, or rather the man fans assumed assaulted Richard Gadd, was subjected to similar abuse and he was hounded. I was initially sympathetic and thought Gadd had been assaulted. I have no evidence either way. I don't know Richard Gadd. I would, however, say his fans are worse than Russell Brand's with their sick, twisted fantasies. Just a warning again to Richard Gadd supporters and their abuse and death threats. I have been made aware today at least one other person has called in police to Richard Gadd and his supporters. This guy was allegedly wrongly accused of assaulting Richard Gadd. He is not the only one who has called in police to Richard Gadd and his supporters. I also reserve the right to do so. Police have been called to the Halley Arms for years. I do know that. We are keeping lists of his supporters who harass me. If Richard Gadd approached me, he would be instantly arrested. I don't have hours and hours each day to deal with his histrionic tantrums or those of his supporters. Also, if his supporters continue to leave nasty, vile comments on pages of friends of mine, they also reserve the right to call in the police. Richard Gadd may well have been obsessed by me for 12 years. Frankly, he does not exist on my radar. Friends are sitting by watching me being abused. They are not very happy about it. I hope this is clear. Just leave me alone. Real, genuine friends have phoned me. People like Richard Gadd and his cronies have no real friends. Leave us alone. So Yusuf won't resign, big banner headlines. No, he'll get kicked out. He's another Glasgow Uni reject. I don't like Glasgow Uni. Quite a lot of their students in the past have been nutters. I've not checked this out, but allegedly his father bribed them into letting him in to do law. I saw this on someone else's Twitter account a few years ago. He didn't have the proper qualifications. Not that you need much to get into law anyway nowadays. They'll take anyone. Then he switched over to politics. Again, he was too thick for that, but daddy's money got him in. But the treason he was kicked out. But the treason he was kicked put of law was allegedly he hit a woman student. Now, I don't know how true this is, but that allegation has been going around for years. It's like Nasher. They called Sturgeon Nasher years ago. She's had that swiped from the internet, I think. All I know is anytime someone writes a dodgy show or intimidates someone, they are always ex-students of Glasgow Uni. Always without exception. They don't come from any other uni. So Yusuf is a goner. I think the chancellor of Glasgow Uni is some Italian guy. He has the reputation of being a sandwich short of a picnic, or he used to be the chancellor. Anyway, it's been a crazy setup in there for years. The internet here keeps crashing. How handy not. Most of my teachers were rejects from Glasgow Uni. I went to the local comp, was top of the school, but no thanks to those rejects. Do you know something else? I'm really glad Richard Gadd has made loads of money because he was pleading poverty. His father was a FG Uni professor. They were hardly poor. I've never known Gadd to buy anyone a pint or do anyone a favor. I met him fleetingly years and years ago, but loads of people say he's greedy and mean with money. He had a strict middle-class upbringing. I think daddy paid for him to go to a special school. These folk, think they are better than the rest of us and go around abusing. It's very common. Well, they are not better and don't get to abuse people long term. Whether he went to one of these schools where they are abused, I don't know. Brand new internet provider crashing again. I was in the middle of writing another post about Richard Gadd's lies. Oh wow, another one. Just what we need. It will have to wait. Every time I write an important post, we're still waiting for an important post, Fiona. Every time I write an important post, this internet crashed. It concerned John Clancy, who worked for the Hockey Arms the same time as Gadd. But you see, Gadd is scared of Abby's money, so wouldn't challenge John on anything. But hell do, won't and over. Gadd acts like an inkish person. He's scared of Crouch and Clancy. Richard Gadd acts like an English liar, not a Scot, telling the truth as Scots tend to. He left Scotland aged 22. I left Scotland when I was 40, so my values are Scottish through and through. I think that's the difference. Richard Gadd would not have got away with his behavior in Scotland. He's contravened the Hate Act and the Equality Act. He seems to think he can get away with any jet on Netflix and in America too. That's not necessarily the case, and as we stalker crazies on here seem to think they can do and say anything. John Clancy was 19 when he worked in the Halley Arms. Gadd was 23. John had 8 women on the GP at one point, all tearing each other's eyes out. Abby Clancy keeps John, who has never had a job. John just used to randomly have relations with these poor deluded women upstairs in the Holly Arms. I'm sure he's a good Catholic boy, really. That was a joke, by the way. Why didn't Gad write about him or his colleague Jimmy being arrested by police? Well, they were men indeed. He won't stand up to men, will he? He prefers to pick on women. Coward, bully little shite. I do hope Netflix saw that last posting, I really do. Netflix have not given a comment on this. Maybe I'll write to them. Netflix seemed to be running scared of everyone's lawyers regarding this Richard Gad show. Can't think why, can you? And Gad's own lawyers or his publicists are scared. Good. Richard Gad's lawyers have threatened at least one publication with, frankly, a nonsensical letter. Anyone know who his lawyers are? And don't just say nutters, LOL. The thing I've actually noticed about England is men order women about and are allowed to treat them like this is never acceptable in Scotland. I've had so many men order me about down here. They can F off. I'm not standing for it. It's too bad Richard Gad is a bullying man too. But really, workmen today, removal men, crap tabloid reporters, I've got more qualifications and more guts than all of them put together. I would have thought Richard Gad would have slept with enough rent boy barristers not to have to bother with lawyers from what he said to people in the Holly Arms, but silly me, maybe none of them would act for him in current litigation against him. I'm just a silly woman after all, aren't I? LOL. What do I know? I'm not a dropout in theater studies from Glasgow Uni. Silly me. Anyway, I do hope Richard Gad has a pleasant night's sleep with all his fluffy reindeers, no doubt his mummy bought him. He's a fluffy toy kind of guy, eh? Anyway, that's enough about that wee Wazok. Yusof in the confidence vote still dominating the Scottish headlines. Going to bed, been a tough week. I just don't know how Yusof thinks he can survive. Was talking to Alba about him months ago. I said, God, he's useless. The Alba member said that's his nickname in Scotland. Useless. I think really from day one, everyone has wanted rid of him. He's too thick-skinned to be aware of it. I'm pro-independence, but not with him. And some of his numpties I charge. My very good friend from America has just emailed. It's obviously about 9:30 there. She'd seen none of this Richard Gad nonsense. Neither had I since last weekend. She's reading horrible things about me written from non-entity accounts. Please, fans of Richard Gad, stop stalking me. It's upsetting not only for me, but my close friends. We do not live our lives going to see nutty plays. We don't live our lives online like the Gad stalkers do. This is very, very upsetting for them to read. This is going on for at least a week now. Just grow up and behave. As I say, all dodgy postings like that are going to police. Just stop posting threats. My friends are only just getting round to reading this. They are not unemployed 20-somethings. They are busy all week. Life is very short and you lot are saying vile, vile things that are really not true. I thought Russell Brand fans were the pits. Gad fans are 10 times worse. Just stop it. If I could just explain to Richard Gad fans, Martha is not a real person. It's Gad bringing all the assault trauma he allegedly experienced into a show creating a fictional hyperbole woman called Martha. It's like Batman, Mickey Mouse, whatever. These characters don't exist in real life. It's been done to exorcise his demons, primarily make money because he's greedy, etc., etc. It's called horror fiction. It's like EastEnders and Corey people. These shows are not real, LOL. Not our mini Netflix dramas. I hate to tell you this, but Santa Claus isn't real either. Regarding Richard Gad's saga, I have just sent the Daily Mail and Neil Sears a letter before action. My internet is not working well, so I'm doing this in sections. I cooperated with the Daily Record article when they phoned me on Thursday despite the fact I was moving him. John DeArthur has read it over to me by phone. John has been very courteous and understanding and said he would not name me. Neil Sears has acted like a total C. T. He has not used one word of 4-hour interview I did with him. My lawyers will sue him and a Daily Fail. At no time did I cooperate with anything he and some woman wrote today. Neil acts like an overgrown bipolar schoolboy. He wouldn't get off my phone and hounded me on Wednesday. He said don't deal with those NTS of reporters in Scotland. But the reporters in Scotland have not treated me like an animal. If Neil Sears or anyone comes near me from the Daily Mail, I'm calling police. I asked 4 times to talk to Neil Sears' editor, whoever it is, this week. He refused. He also caught Gad's lawyers' vile names. Neil Sears is frankly a sandwich short of a picnic. I do hope his editor has received my email and will be sacking him. Yeah, Fiona has so much pull. She can just get anyone fired at the drop of a hat. More on Neil Sears later. Now I moved house last Thursday. Much was left back at the old flat. I was due in hospital this week for a major operation. Mr. Sears knew this. He knew the move had been chaos, and he knew I was physically unwell last week. That did not deter that nutter of a journalist. The internet has crashed again when giving you more information about Neil Sears' abuse to me all week and today. Now, if it's okay with everybody, I'd like a sandwich before I continue. I've just moved home. My boyfriend and I are very hungry. We'd like some food. I'm sure Neil Sears is getting food. He's fat and ugly enough to be CTD then. Now I've had my sandwich. My boyfriend's going out. He's a lawyer. He's also very pissed off with Neil Sears, as is everyone I know. Do not deal with him. Robert at the Sun called me yesterday. I asked him not to disclose my name for numerous different reasons. He probably did that for schoolboy reasons between the Sun and Daily Record coming from the Sun. His story, however, is a more accurate portrayal of events. I have yet to talk to Robert. With reference to the stalker article Richard Gadd and his supporters have been putting out online for days, I would say the following. I worked for Laura Walker for 2 weeks. I was headhunted from another firm because I had labor law experience. She had sacked so many employees and was all over the press and needed someone with that experience. I bear her no ill will. She inherited the firm from her alcoholic father and couldn't cope. I walked. Neil at the Daily Fail assured me several times on tape he would not print all this stuff about that firm. I went for Donald Dewar's old Westminster seat. I'm not a man, not a Catholic, and was not in the mafia for the particular trade union involved there. I'm not from Glasgow also, so I had to be got rid of. John Robertson MP and Stephen Purcell in my constituency and Madge O'Neill went to the press with that story. All Catholics, all very nasty and wanting rid of me. Dewar said he tried to stop them printing the story. Dewar was over all the rest of the press that day. I left the Labour Party the next day in disgust. I had been stitched up. Mr. Gadd has clearly done no research, not had Neil seats for fact I was on a Labour shortlist with 2 men and 1 Black woman from London, who was put in there to get rid of all Scottish women standing. The seat had a 28,000 Labour majority. I would have won the seat. To complicate matters further, the Rays have been all over the Sunday Mail for years and were at the time involved in a defamation case versus his ex-wife. They were involved in a number of court battles I didn't want to get dragged into. Some maybe did report them to social services. It wasn't me. Since that time with the Rays, I've never trusted one journalist to tell the truth. Neil's article was supposed to be my side of the story. I have seen no evidence of this. He has simply dragged my name through the mud again, just for a change, not so I will sue. To complicate matters further, Jimmy Ray had been accused of beating and abusing his wife. Blyer's Labour ignored this. I write to Tony Blyer saying, look, you've got people like me on short lists and you are kicking all of us off. You, Harriet Harman, and Joel are treating professional Scottish women like dirt. I take a very, very strong stance against bullying, intimidation, and domestic violence. Who was sent a copy of that letter by one of the Blyer's incompetent staff? Why Jimmy Ray, MP, who had been accused of beating and rap? Internet crashed again. I got an apology from Jonathan Powell saying that letter should never have been sent to Jimmy Ray by an incompetent researcher in Downing Street. That was also motivation in for the Ray attack on me. All journalists were told that this week. Now I should have been on TV this morning discussing all of this. Publishers have been in touch. Frankly, I'm tired. I have not had a life this week, and frankly, will I ever be free of that bloody Labour Party? They are corrupt to the core, the lot of them. Since leaving the Labour Party that day, I voted Tory Brexit Party or SNP. Richard Gadd's parents, I am told by an ex-Labour MSP, are in the Labour Party in Dundee. I received an apology at the time, 1997, from Jonathan Powell, the Blyers head of staff, for passing a private and confidential letter regarding selection to Jimmy Ray MP. Bit late, wasn't it? My name was already dragged through the mud. Richard Gadd just dragged it through the mud again because Richard Gadd has no logic to his brain and thinks of no one but himself, so doesn't give a monkeys about trashing me. He was threatening to kill himself when loads of us called police to him. Journalists haven't printed that, have they? I have had to cancel more meetings today. I was also assured that stalker rubbish from 1997 had been taken off Google. Clearly, it had not. So Gadd was Googling up people in that bar, wrote a defamatory play, and always wanted the names to come out. That's what happened. I do hope Gadd and his Dundee professor father are very happy with themselves. No one else is. That's the bare bones of what happened this week regarding my stalker Richard Gadd. One cataract is really playing up, so I'm having difficulty typing on such a small phone. The weekly shop has not been done. No meetings have been done. No operation. I hope people are very happy with themselves. How long is this saga going to continue? Because I'm going to write a book about it. That's for sure. And I'll include how corrupt that Labour Party is, especially in Camden. Keir Starmer as PM, give me a break. They still owe me HS2 money, and I don't live in a council flat on 30 quid a week as the Daily Mail suggests. The Press Complaints Commission will now investigate the Daily Mail's behavior to me this week. Hey, maybe you'll see me on TV soon talking about this. Apparently, you all want this. I will be going through the Daily Mail action line by line a lot later on ND. I'll give you my version, the correct version, okay? Neil is not very bright. He's given himself enough rope to hang himself. I don't know the woman reporter, have never met her. She's in hot water too. I do not know the full contents of Richard Gadd's lawyer's letters to the Daily Mail Daily Fail. Near's distorted so many facts to me. I just know the Daily Mail are not to be trusted, and Neil has done a number on me. Will I charge him $3 grand an hour for my time this week? Cause that's my rate when my new company starts up. I didn't go to any newspaper. The Daily Fail abandoned my mobile about and they came to me. I hope this provides an in-ISIL explanation. I also have a vile cold this week. Not that anyone in England is perturbed about that, least of all the Daily Fail. Robert at the Sun has just been spoken to. Lawyers will also write out to him. When I spoke to Robert this morning, he said nothing was going in his newspaper. The story was already there. He said he was taking notes. Now he claims a tape machine was on. My tape machine and dictaphone was on, and I had people here. He clearly agreed on tape not to name me. The lawyer for the Sun newspaper has been in a great deal of difficulty before, shall we say. Robert was in 38 and says he's been a journalist for 10 years. Says we'll agree to differ. No, he won't. I know what we heard this in, and I know what the tape shows. He also gave me no contact number, bar the news desk in Burr. He has been pretending to be put the office. I think the Sun should stick to T's and bums, which they traditionally did. Look at the hassle Tommy Sheridan had with them. They are not known for their honesty. Most of the article is based on what I said, but at no point did I agree to be named. Also, Robert claimed to have seen nothing in the Daily Fail. There are 3 articles there about Gadd's show. More to the point, Robert at the Sun told me this morning the Sun were not printing anything today. What a load of crap. The article was already put there, so he doesn't know what was in his own bloody newspaper. He then tried to conflate that into the fact I said tomorrow. No on the tape I quite clearly said today. The only one who has played straight with me so far is John at the Daily Record. I've not seen the complete article because I can't get it on the internet. I see no point dealing with journalists from the Sun who lie so blatantly. Maybe I should do a play about lying male journalists and Gad. I'm very clever. I'm not going to be shut up anymore or have people distorting what I say. When it comes to dealing with folk like that's dictaphone is on all the time. What the folk take me for, thicko? God, nothing could be further from the truth. My patience is exhausted with this Gad nonsense. New rules from now on. If someone wants an email at 4 a.m., unless they pay me a fortune for it, they are not getting it. No phone calls after 5. No phone calls before midday. No emails or info unless they pay for it. Friends can phone me anytime. I will bend over backward S for my friends, but phones will be cut off at certain times. If I post something on here, it's bloody well up to me. All people have done is make money out of me and exploit me. No more. New rules. I don't tell lies. Other men involved in this saga have, and one woman at the Daily Fail, Neil's wee chum. Whilst I'm sitting here with no dinner cause we've not been able to do shopping and the takeaway folk being rude on the phone, we have no dinner. I'm at pains to answer the question, who's worse, Gad or Neil at the Daily Fail? I don't know. Both have intimidated the life out of me this week. It's vile misogyny, disability, hate crime, and the rest. I'm diabetic, therefore disabled under the Equality Act. I don't know who's worse. Neil from the Daily Mail hates Gad with a vengeance. I don't know if they've had run-ins before. I just think they are two deeply incompetent guy-s. I feel sorry for them, but I'm sitting here with no dinner. I set put for the shops at 3-ish. Neil texted again with the links asked for at 10 a.m. I've not had a decent meal all week. It's been sandwiches and I've got a headache cause I've not eaten properly. Everyone also knows my internet has not been working. I'm dealing with very abusive BS here. All this Gadism is catching. I'm sitting here doing the poor me's like him cause I've not got a meal. God, I don't want to appear as pathetic as that lot. God help me. What do people called Martha eat anyway, LOL? By the looks of her, chips and cakes, LOL. What do people like Martha eat, baby reindeers, LOL? Or the stalkers called Martha eat their victims, LOL? Laugh or cry. Domino's Pizza no longer on special offer. That's a crime versus humanity, I would have thought, LOL. Gad and his show are S real pain in the A to me this particular week of our week's moving home operation S, but the Daily Fail has really put the tin hat on it. The Daily Fail Fleet Street is a media circus. They will say Gad knew what he was about to unleash. Gad should know by now. He's courted the media for years. The point is, these guys are going to print something, so I cop operated. You get done over anyway on Fleet Street. They don't print a word you say. They have their own twisted agendas, which are nothing to do with real life. I've just found 2 tins of chicken soup. Luckily, publicists have been phoning me galore. I'll hire one, so on. I'll be checking out their details. Until then, no more questions on that idiot Gad and his idiot show. That's been a week of harassment, etc. It's not acceptable on any level. Mr. Gad may still be uncertain about his sexuality as he was commenting to the Daily Mail today. I've always known I'm a woman and a very successful woman, so I resent that wee creep Neil at the Daily Fail asking me about previous boyfriends and current. Little creep. I feel like an assault victim on the stand. I will also take the bulk of next week ignoring reporters. They write what they want anyway. The men I have been involved with are real men. They don't like bullying little fantasists and sick journalists. In fact, they hate them. All my male friends are furious. My women friends are horrified. That's all that idiot Neil needs to know. I will now be off Facebook until I get publicists arranged. Several have been in touch. Bye for now. The internet is still crashing. Most people, when they sit down for 4 hours with a report and a tape, expect that to be printed. They do not expect the Daily Fail to print what Gad's crappy wee lawyers want, and it is a bad law firm. They them don't expect a woman to write part of the article that I've never met. Maybe Gad's lawyers have a section for the criminally insane he uses. He's always accusing everyone else of being of being insane. I'm not. He is. He planned this all along and everyone knows it. Gad's petty little lawyers will also be busy defending claims. The alleged rapacer who wasn't the abuser at all is not happy. They are a pathetic firm anyway. I'm not happy with the law firm stifling my side of the story and then saying it's okay to harass me. Anyway, the full story when we decide on publicists. I hate dodgy law firms who intimidate too. Bye for now. Honest to go, I must tell everyone this one for a Friday night. My whole week indeed disrupted in that internal report R at the Daily Fail came on my phone 3 texts 9 a.m. Thursday. I had 5 meetings Thursday, all had to be canceled because of this circus. Do you lick cuddly toys? The 3 texts said in a row. I phoned D to twit up and said what the frig is going on now. He said Gad says you gave him fluffy toys. Oh, I see on your post ages ago you have a big Barney bear. Barney bear was a Christmas present, I said. I made a joke, that's my new boyfriend. Are you sure you don't have lots of cuddly your? Yes, I'm sure, Neil. Did you send Gad fluffy reindeers? No, Neil. You sure? Yes, I'm sure, Neil. Now can you go away unless you are on about something serious? That is the FG state of journalism in England, and frankly, that has been the state for decades. It's atrocious, really. FFS. Silly me, it's Saturday night. Has Gad finally driven me mad, LOL? I jest. Neil Sears at the Daily Mail also ordered me not to talk to other journalists. Neil Sears doesn't own me. Good job I did, eh? He's done me over. I reiterate, I've not been paid a penny for this. I'll go on about holes in Neil Sears' writing another time. Gad has been doing the poor me's in that article. Oh, people he loves are hurt. Gad loves Gad, full stop. It's my friends and folk dear to me have been hurt by Gad and Neil's stalking. They make a great pair, Tweedledee and Tweedledummer. The truth will come out is the wash, as they say. I got tipped off this week Gad had told a number of people Martha was based on me. I was his bloody muse. Then he says in the Daily Mail, Total Why, I based a character on an unrealistic version of the real person. He says something like that. You'll need to wait for the press release or TV appearance or book to find out what I've learned about your hero Gad. I talked to a small group of trusted friends because I'm smart. He mouths off to the whole world. Rumors got back to me. There's a whole lot more to come put about this. And this time on my terms, a lot more. I think it will surprise and horrify fans. You'll just need to be patient. All the best, Fiona. Ignore my bad typing tonight. My hand is sore. Just to let you know, I'm still getting abusive comments from the fans of Gad who are less than impressive intellectually on Yahoo sites, etc. It's vile misogyny. We continue to keep a list for lawyers and police, just so you have been warned again. None of these people know me. On the Yahoo site, they are American. The behavior is bang out of order, and I don't think they have even seen the show. If hounding me makes them feel good, fine. But they should really be seeing their shrinks. Netflix shares blame here too. They should not be producing material targeting an individual. It's called incitement to hatred. It's a very serious crime. A friend from America has sent me this stuff. Friends are sending me this vile stuff so I know what's going on. I have limited access to sites just now. I've got Facebook, main postings, and emails. That's it. Mind you, Hollywood had Weinstein for years. We've got Adam Tate, Russell Brand, and Richard Gad. It's frightening. It's a good job my other phone showing DMs and sites broke down 3 weeks ago. Good job. I don't want to see this frightful stuff. Oh, the good news is the licensing C already voted to shut down the Holly Arms where Baby Reindeer is based. Good riddance to bad rubbish. Fine, write a show, but don't go on for years to people who you are writing it about. That's what Gad did, and I can prove it. Then don't incite hatred among your supporters. That's what Gad has done. This is like Amber Heard. She went on and on. This is a mentally unstable guy who is 33, not 22, who should know better. If it was his Sad We Show at the Festival Fringe for years, fine. Sad We Show. No one can ignore it now, it's on Netflix. That's the point. I don't subscribe to Netflix, but loads of 20ths do. Now I'm of F to bed. I'm due a rest. I know he had a pushy, very disliked able agent years ago. I don't know who brokered the Netflix deal. I just heard about her because she was notoriously nasty. One hears a lot on the grapevine in London. This April weather is strange cold at nights. Reading the latest on Youssef, I was gonna say I'm amazed he thinks he can stay on, but then he's another one thinks he's God's gift to the human race. I love me, who do you love type thing. Something really needs to be done about the English Daily Mail, the way they harass folk. That's on everybody's to-do list. I hadn't realized how diabolical they were. The problem with the Daily Mail is none of the reporters have gone to uni. They have worked there years. No one stands up to them properly. They hound people. They just tell no end of lies to get a story. They never print the proper story. They don't tell you when they use it. They order people about. They live on Planet Stupid. They all fall out all the time. Constant charges of staff. Big banner headlines mean nothing, G. Very twisted lawyers they hire when things go wrong. They won't get off your phone until you speak to them. Levison changed nothing. They are criminals. I think staff at the Daily Mail think we are all as thick as them. We are not. I just Googled up something the Daily Mail wrote about Richard Gadd 2 weeks ago. I was looking for something else, but up it came. Gadd says he's got PTSD. Well, it's not cause of me. He needs to get the right shrink. So he's saying he's single because of Martha. He's confusing his play and the real world. I wish he could get the proper help. I've not seen him in years. I've done nothing to him. I would plead with him to get the proper help if he's that psychiatrically ill. It was that alleged assault that did it. I've always thought that. He didn't mention. That's when I met him years ago. I couldn't sleep, so was looking for something else the Daily Mail had written regarding Gadd's show. I couldn't find it. PTSD is a horrible thing. It was all lumped together regarding stories of real-life stalkers. Horrific tales. PTSD would explain Gadd distorting real life in fiction. PTSD can be terrible. Another thing I did want to say about the Richard Gadd saga was the following. It was on my mind last night when he did an article for the Mail saying his fellow barman thought he had an admirer. I was never an admirer of Richard Gadd. Richard Gadd kept moaning about money and being badly paid by the bar owner. We exchanged Scottish banter. I said, well look, we all have to do grotty jobs when we are young. Richard Gadd and I have never been involved romantically. Never been put on dates. I had a steady boyfriend when I met Richard. He knew that. Never been on picnics, and I've not done 9 years in jail. Never been in trouble. So as you can imagine, this is all news to me, the contents of this play. I've never fancied Richard Gadd. The day he asked me to sleep with him, he had a big green spot on his face. Huge. This will amuse fans, but it's true. I obviously said no. I don't fancy him. Was this him exploring his sexuality? God only knows. He may be making up this PTSD. God only knows. I have a good sense of humor. I tend to banter with folk in my personal life. If we had not been Scottish, we probably would never have spoken. I do know the other Holly Arms barmen were vicious to women. I found this out years later. I know someone who worked for MTV, which used to be round the corner. Oh, they are vicious in there to women, he said. They act like school kids making up stories. Friends of mine have businesses in Camden. They've all moved put over the years. One particular instance comes to mind. An MTV employee was commenting on how Holly Arms barmen were rotten to their staff at the time Richard Gadd was there. Richard Gadd one day screeched out to me in front of customers, "What turned you on, Fiona?" I was horrified. They didn't know where to look. I said, "Richard, you can't say that to me in front of customers. I'm horrified." "I can say what I like," says he. "I control the Holly Arms." This couple were in their 60s. They didn't know where to put themselves, neither did I. I left. Then we had the music exec who I met years ago in Camden Town. She fessed up. She had been out with a Holly Arms barman during Gadd's time. He beat her up. Staff in there found it funny. He was bragging about it. This is the background to Camden and the Holly Arms. Now, I need to try and get done today all the things that weren't done last week. Lucky old me, eh? I'd also like to make a point about the demon drink. I rarely drink alcohol. The last time I got drunk with my pals was age 29. I'm 58. I went to the Holly Arms to eat 3 or 4 times. We had been told the chef was good. He was fired soon after by the alcoholic owner. The manager was an alcoholic. Staff drank on duty. Gadd used to drink a hell of a lot, and I believe that's inherited from Hal parents. So they were swimming in drink. I don't, I'm vibe. And of course, Daily Mail reporters tend to be blind drunk a lot of the time. Bye for now. I would like to give a special thank you to John at the Daily Record, who has been a friend all of last week. He acted with courtesy and compassion. I've read most of his article, which reflects what I said to him accurately. This phone isn't showing me the final paragraphs. John has been a journalist since 1980 and knows his craft. I am very, very mistrusting of the press after 1997, but John acted with decorum, did not publish my name, did not hound me. This internet is still crashing. I am having to retype all the time. In 1997, the Sunday Mail, which I think is still part of the Daily Record chain of newspapers, attacked all women candidates on shortlists for seats where the Blyritts wanted unsuitable men to get the seats. That's why I was attacked in 1997. I had vowed never to deal with that newspaper chain again. The Daily Record Sunday Mail have had changes in personnel, and John has restored my faith in that chain. There is also another journalist and a QC who tried to have that horrid article removed years ago. It hadn't all been removed, so Gadd Googled it and stalked me about it, which is why we are where we are with this circus. The attacks in the media at the election were attacks on a number of Scottish women to kick us off shortlists, done by people like John Robertson, Stephen Purcell, Madge O'Neill, who are all in Opus Dei with the Blyres. We are all or had been doctors, lawyers, counselors, etc. The men were all in one union and mainly Catholics. I'm not a man, I'm not from Glasgow, and I'm not a Catholic. The Scottish and English Labour Party hierarchy condone this misogynistic bullying. I don't drink, take drugs, or sleep with wild me in, i.e. affairs, so they did nutty stalker. "Oh," said Dorothy Grace, elder at the time, "that's the Labour Party for you." It definitely is. We all left the Labour Party circa 2000, and look what happened to the Labour Party. Karma. I hope Richard Gadd is happy with himself stirring all this up again. That was deliberate. The Labour Party lost control of everything in Scotland. All of the male MPs who had fixed elections died, lost seats, ended up like Eric Joyce. Karma. I just sat back, watched, and laughed as they all met their downfall, and every one of them did. Look what happened to Stephen Purcell. Karma. Now, I'll get a boot up the backside of I don't get some groceries and make dinner for folk. That will be my karma. Tell you, it's cold for the end of April. It's chilly Billy, and yesterday it rained a lot. People think the UK is warm. It's bloody freezing most of the time. Well, we've been put getting groceries. When I was bombarded by the press last week, I was right in the middle of a complicated house move. Lots of property didn't get moved. The cupboard-s were bare. I had run down food cupboards because I knew I'd be moving, i.e. less for workmen to move. So I've been stuck on really moldy sandwiches all week. Hardly satisfactory for a type 1 diabetic. Robert at the Sun, to his credit, did say this was a piece of nonsense, what I had been put through over basic necessities. 70s. John of the Daily Record was sympathetic. Even Neil Sears said it was a piece of nonsense. My interests A are music. I'm very musical, law, and politics. I know lots about these three subjects, so I was looking for a musical item in the press today. I'm a very good singer. Okay, so as I said on the intro to this video, I screen recorded all of her posts from this Facebook account before she set it to private. I also screen recorded all of the photos and videos that were on the account. And there was in fact one very informative video of Fiona singing. So you will get to see for yourself firsthand if Fiona is in fact a good singer as she claims. So who would be Fiona's musical influences? Whitney Houston? Celine Dion? Mariah Carey? Adele? No! Someone even better! J-Lo! And Fiona covers her all-time classic hit, Jenny from the Block. Take it away, Fiona.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm just Jenny from the block. Do-do-do-do-do-do, have a lot. Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm just Jenny from the block.
The newspaper containing the musical item had sold out, so I didn't get it while food shopping. Some newspapers were still there, including the Sunday People. This actress who plays Martha was in a small section on the front page. I think her name is Jessica. Well, I think it would have been nice to have had an apology for all the chaos last week from her and Richard Gadd at the very least. He has been promoting himself endlessly for years. There is definitely main character syndrome there. That last posting is scrubbed. I'll do it later. I don't know that actress from Adam, but they are milking this every weekend all over the press. I don't think it's fitting when I have been so relentlessly done over. It's hardly good manners. I've not read the article. Every time I pick up this phone, the internet crashes. It's so annoying. I don't know if it's the phone or the new provider. I bear Jessica no ill will depending on what she's saying in these press releases, lol. If she's lying like Gadd, well, that's another story. It's just Gadd keeps coming out with this propaganda about his life in the show, and it's all the same bloody story. It's boring. I looked at 3 Article S last night Gadd had given the Daily Mail. They had published the same story 3 times. Does he get paid? 3 times for that, and that was the kind of stuff he was having published 6-7 years ago and before. I did notice Jessica was all over BBC breaking news last weekend for several days saying role of lifetime. I'm not a betting woman, but I would wager this article today is the same as those articles last weekend. I may be wrong, but I'm smelling publicity-seeking jobbing actor-s and actresses. It's like Janie Godley. No one had really heard of her, then there was a Ben lorry crash in the center of Glasgow. She was a passerby long after the accident. On the news constantly all histrionic and crying. Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt. Then we get all the stand-up shows, relentless publicity. That Haw A never been my life. Maybe it's the way these actor types carry on. Another example was Helena Kennedy, QC. She was in a Doughty Street, a less than impressive set. Lots of scandal. She wrote a play about them all, Emily Thornberry said. They all found out. They were furious. She'd changed the names, that's it. It was obvious she was being quite vindictive about work colleagues. She started screaming the house down saying, "I'll need to leave chambers. Oh, crying scenes everywhere," said Emily mass hysteria. Some of those barristers threatened to sue her. I've had quite enough of the hysterical actor stuff. I've got a home to sort put. I've got no fluffy reindeers, but if love a pair of fluffy slippers. They left the carpets behind and broke the bed frame. That stuff has still not been delivered to me. I've been sleeping on a mattress on a bare floor. When I do the poor me's, it's the real poor me's. I'm not hamming it up. I'm not Amy Winehouse. I'm not a wreck on drink and drugs. I didn't know her, but I have seen how she was treated by the Holly Arms. Gadd used to berate her. Well, considering that silly pub has done nothing but trade on her name, I can safely say it's a pub that uses and abuses women. Well, it's not getting to use me. Doug is a social worker. He lives very near the Holly Arms. He's originally from Edinburgh. He used to pick Winehouse up off the pavement regularly after they'd sold her drugs in the Holly Arms and paid for her taxi home. I believe him. I took all the music exams at school and have voice, cello, and piano. I had lessons through the school. He knows all this because we discussed it. He knows I can write. He knows I have a photographic memory. There is no excuse for his behavior. I watched good dramas, etc. He knows I'd never watch mad nonsense for 20-year-olds. So just because I went to law school does not mean I'm without talent. He ribbed me about singing like Susan Boyle. I can, but I can also do the classical stuff. Just because I don't doesn't mean I can't. I went T.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that are cast. I'm just Jenny from the block. Have a night. Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm just Jenny from the block. Do 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 do.
I went to a school that was good for music. I didn't go to a fee-paying, pretty useless school like Gad. We were poor, but my parents did not freeload. Particularly my mom worked very hard. Bye for now. The truth must be boring for the 20-something Gadites. I can honestly say I've never met such lazy, incompetent removal men ever. There is a storage room enough for 60 boxes. They have lazily put in 20. I had to stop unpacking all week because folk wouldn't get off my phones. Folk are always OJ my phones, but not the pandemonium it was last week. 10 boxes of kitchen stuff, I can only find one, and they are expecting us not to put in an insurance claim. England has become the pits over if say 50 years. I've never seen workmen not give a damn like that. It's pretty bad just now trying to get anything done properly in the whole inner and outer London area. Folks seem not to give a damn about doing their jobs, particularly lazy men. No one see MS to bother about masking up. I've not had COVID, don't want it. I'm diabetic, I'd probably die. That doesn't stop workmen coughing and spluttering in my face. Lack of basic manners, London, and they order you round your own home, Neds. They were supposed to phone on Friday about the bed and carpets. Never bothered. The threats and intimidation we've had not to claim off their insurance have been unbelievable. It really was, well, send the heavies round. Never seen anything like it. And the people who arranged this did nothing till last Thursday. It's been a nightmare. They met me back at the old flat to assess loads of damage. Saw last night a kind of battle going on in Scotland whereby Ash Reagan and Alba would support Yousaf if he follows the Alba line on independence. Yousaf said last night he won't go for it. What I would hate to see is Labour gain any semblance of power back in Scotland. They were so diabolically criminal last time. Or maybe Alba just toying with Yousaf because they all hate him. Well, we'll know soon enough, I think. The no confidence vote is Wednesday or Thursday. What a mess politics is in. This is a hell of a mess in Scotland. Breaking news saying Yousaf considering standing down. They should have elected Kate Forbes or Ash to begin with. Terrible mess now. This account is being shut down because it's being invaded still by Richard Gadd stalkers. It's totally unacceptable. We will be saving data and handing names to lawyers. We are getting computer specialists to save all data, then we'll report Gadd-type stalkers to police. I've been bombarded by texts since Friday night at 10:30 by one woman claiming to be a publicist. There is no trace of her online. The office number she gave me is not a proper office number. She said in among these texts, if I made loads of money out of this chaos caused by Gadd, what would I spend the money on? Do people think my head zips up the back? The latest text was she was trying to get me an interview with The Sun. Well, I've already done an interview with Robert at The Sun. I phoned them to alert them. We possibly have one of Gadd's mad stalker pals on the loose. I will engage proper publicists, not hoaxers, thanks very much. I'm in the middle of doing other things, and frankly, we've already had the Daily Mail once again publish everything Gadd and his lawyers have to say and nothing I said in taped interview. They are now the subject of complaint to the regulators. The last thing I need are hoaxers on my phone 24 hours a day. How do I know she was a hoaxer? She could barely write English. It wasn't just an odd typo and her English was so bad. She's English, but this was bad. I'm aware there are 2 typos here, but I'm busy. So stop stalking me, please, whoever thinks this is good idea. Believe me, it's a very bad idea. Fiona. 60 texts on that Wii phone has also meant I've missed legitimate calls today. It's bang out of order. Maybe people out there think this is funny. Frankly, I don't. I'm all nuttered out dealing with nutters on the phone in London today. I can't get a straight answer to anything. I did, however, phone publicists I know. No one has ever heard of that woman who sent me all those texts, and I certainly haven't. I would also say to Neil of the Daily Mail, I don't live alone, so if you and Gad were trying to make it easier for stalkers to attack me, that won't work. I don't live alone, Neil, and I don't live in the flat you visited, so get your facts straight. Also, if you divulge any more info, I will sue more than we have already decided to sue your newspaper. I'm fed up playing these little boy media games. I really am. And Neil of the Daily Mail, I also didn't say I'd gained 4 stone in lockdown. I said the woman who played Martha probably had. I was told as a type 1 diabetic to isolate, so I did. I gained a stone, which I'm losing. I really think the Daily Mail need to get their facts straight. They are the no one media outlet being discussed by the regulators constantly. Every time I read that Daily Mail article, I get more distortions of the truth. It may be Gad's go-to newspaper. It certainly isn't mine. They would get off my phone. And who puts them on it? Gad. As to the mystery publicist stalker, well, I've tried to block her number from my phone. Investigations are ongoing as to who she is. Meanwhile, I'd like to get on with very important things in my life. I'm not some Glasgow Uni dropout playwright. I'm not a big fat actress playing a stalker. I'm pretty damn busy in my own life, thank you. Oh, did Neil tell you I broke my ankle? He had me running around after him with a broken ankle because he had to make his deadline. Personally, the sooner Scotland and England split, the better. I didn't like Youssef, but Scotland in general is run very well. CF this banana republic of England. Well, I'm waiting for a phone call and I googled up Laura Stewart Walker Ray and Baby Reindeer. A journalist from Scotland told me to watch out for what was going to be written in the Mail on In Day Sunday yesterday. It's in today's Mail but was written yesterday, I think. Well, isn't this typical of Laura Ray? She's been the boil on everyone's butt for years in Scotland. Baby Reindeer is a show for kids, for 20-somethings. I've not seen Laura Walker Stewart Ray for over 20 years. She headhunted me from another firm. I walked out after 2 weeks because she was impossible. So did half the Labour Party who were lawyers. She stalked Jimmy Ray's first wife, who he was accused of beating and assaulting. I had been told by half the Glasgow Bar Association Laura Walker was a head case. I was told by all prominent members she was. She offered me double the salary and said I would be up there as her friend. I still have phone recordings of that. Her phone was going bankrupt, but she didn't tell myself and a recently recruited lawyer that. He was also of the opinion she was a head case. I didn't throw a book at anyone. I think I would have been arrested, don't you? I didn't make death threats to her MP husband, now dead, so presumably he can't beat up anyone else. I believe he did beat his first wife, Catherine Davidson Ray. John Robertson said he's such a wee troublemaker you could wring his neck, couldn't you? I.e. you could. I just said, well, John, a lot of people are saying that. John later became an MP. Mrs. Ray has always contended that the Labour Party put her up to that article because they wanted John to her the seat. I don't know. I think many of these failures are as bad as each other. Has Gad phoned her? Jimmy's ex-wife was of the view Laura Walker was stalking her. So let's just get this all put in the open now, shall we? Levy and McRae should never have let that article go through. I spoke to Bill McCreath today. He said he hadn't seen the article. He also spoke to David McKee, who remembered Walker and her sagas from years ago. I tried to get countrywide injunctions, indeed interdicts against her. I might do so again. She's nuts. What has happened here is the Daily Mail were annoyed on Friday I wasn't going to take call after call from their reporter who had got none of his facts correct. He therefore decided just to print anything. Mrs. Ray does not have Z restraining order because they don't exist in Scotland. But not being very bright, she doesn't appear to know this. She inherited Daddy's firm and ran it into the ground. It was taken over by Mac Phyllis. It's important for the public to know I hit no one with a book and didn't try to kill anyone. Jimmy Ray used to beat people up. He was a boxer from the Gorbals. I was a size 10 wee lassie. How was I gonna beat up Jimmy Ray? Laura Walker is mid-60s. She went off to the bar and people said object to that. I didn't. I wanted to forget she ever existed. I had planned a new life in London anyway. Her firm L&L Lawrence was failing anyway, so she married Jimmy to bail her put financially. That didn't work, so MSC Phyllis bought her put, and I think were bought over by Digby Brown, Tam Dollywell, a son Gordon being a partner there. Jimmy Ray was so violent he threatened staff. I thought she was a total head case. Her staff from Ballaston were so nasty to me. I did have a middle-class upbringing with no money. I was well educated. Her staff couldn't stand me. I left to go to another job, then down to London. Yes, Fiona had so many options. She launched an unprovoked attack on me when I went for Duart's Westminster seat. Totally unprovoked. I haven't read Laura Walker's full text to the Daily Mail in detail, but frankly no journalist I know is surprised at the behavior of her and Gad. Both spoilt rich kids who were failures at Glasgow Uni. There's a lot of it about. Yusuf also attended Glasgow Uni, and look at him today. And he was always running off to the Daily Record about Kate Forbes. It really is same old, same old. I needed to do a pass in European law. I didn't have IG in my list of 13 passes for my LLB. Walker doesn't have the proper LLB. Her first degree is in fairy tales. Her LLB is 2-year expedited one Daddy paid for. So we both ended up on the same course in Glasgow that year. How unfortunate. Sod's law. I was in front in the queue paying fees, so I'd say she was stalking me, wouldn't you? Anyway, I need to read the full article, which I'll do tonight, to see if I murdered anyone else in her head. I wasn't thrown off the course. She is still regarded as a poor little rich girl head case. By God, she's looking rough. What is she, mid-60s? Lawyers have advised me to complain to the Faculty of Advocates about Laura Walker Stewart Ray. That complaint is being drafted up by lawyers now. It may take some time. I had her insinuations and abuse in the late 90s. So did Jimmy Ray's first wife. So did about 20 other Labor Party members who went to work for her, all sacked, all leaving in tears. I was told by a Glasgow journalist today, oh, don't worry about her, it will blow over. That woman Ray has such vendettas against people, she never blows over. Levy and McRae did her divorce. She went to the Sunday Mail about her ex-husband Drew and her brother John. Not to put too fine a point on it, they hated her and also called her a head case. She called her ex-hubby a bagman. He was a prominent loss adjust, or I think her brother was an actor. She really did make the first Mrs. Ray's life hell. Laura Walker uses the Sunday Mail and Mail on Sunday as her personal publicity machine. This has to stop. Someone phoned for an hour. I was relaying the story of Gad and Walker. All of my friends are being very sympathetic. Everyone knows Laura Walker talks nonsense, but it has interrupted me reading that Mail article. She was saying I confided in her. What a lot of rot. She was the most unsympathetic tyrant. The first Mrs. Ray even said to me, is Laura Walker a man? She acts like one. I had a miscarriage when I worked for her. Shut up, she said. Shut up, she said. My boyfriend thought she was a wacko jacko. Then we've got the bit, I'm from a small village. Yes, I am. My mother's side of the family were farmers there for 500 years. Basically helped to build the village. It's a beautiful village. But guess who moved in, unbeknown to me, years later? Laura Walker bought an old cottage and lived there with Drew Walker before they got rid of each other. They used to have screaming matches in the main street. But I didn't know any of this till years later. An old school pal told me. It's a very small village and everyone wanted the commotion to stop. So she lived there when I didn't, you see. She was probably stalking me even then, lol. The internet keeps crashing. So her firm went bust. She got pregnant with Jimmy Ray, had a disabled child. Someone reported them to social services. Not me. It's not my style. She had been nasty to folk for years. He had been accused of wife beating. They had loads of political enemies. I had left the Labor Party. I was not following all their political criminality. Jimmy Ray was deselected. He had loads of enemies. The ex-speaker fell out with him. Michael Martin, George Galloway fell put with him, said Tommy Sheridan. So did the MP for Spring Burn. He had some strokes and died. I think it would be no picnic living with Laura Walker. Why is Laura Walker getting involved in this? The Daily Mail said they wouldn't go to her to pick on old scabs, if you like. Is Gad her pal, or how did that happen? I think the minute I made it clear I wasn't cooperating with the Daily Mail and its abusive reporter on Thursday, the Daily Mail went to the Mail on Sunday. I don't know. The two explanations are possible, and I don't think a woman mid-60s would be sitting watching baby reindeer. I told a Daily Mail reporter on Saturday I would call police if he ever approached me again. He had been verbally abusive, ordered me around, and I thought he was just too stupid to be writing anything. I think he went to Laura Walker or tipped off his mate to do that. I'm inclined to believe it wasn't Gad, but don't know. I had to address the allegation I threw a book at someone in a law firm because it simply did not happen. I'll tell you some of the things that did happen at Laura Walker's dad's firm though. People left in droves. Her secretarial staff were so nasty. Drawers full of files not attended to. Staff made to clean toilets, and someone dressed up as a gorilla at a party. That was Ian. Someone moaned about that. She berated staff to the Law Society all the time when they had done nothing wrong. She called another lawyer a bitch because she had met a really nice guy in America and went to live there. Fiona, you dress so nicely, she said. I don't need to tell you how to dress, she said. She was very mean to women, other women about their clothing. Unhinged behavior. Laura Walker had an affair years before with Jordan Jackson QC. I think the brother found them in bed in bed or the husband and ran off to the press. Everyone in Scotland had a giggle about that. Gordon was Alex Salmon's lawyer and was disciplined recently. Basically, Laura Walker had been all over the press for years. The Sunday Mail always, when she married Jimmy Ray, it was the Mail on Sunday. She enjoyed it. The divorces, the Gordon Jackson thing, the defamation case, the harassment of Catherine Davidson Ray, the harassment of me when I was going for a Westminster seat, the harassment of her own brother and ex-husband. The list is endless. Hair always dyed, bottle yellow. It was a Gad-like circus. Hey, Gad could write about that firm, eh? Make it a sitcom. Internet's crashing again. Then we had Jimmy Ray's brother who said Jimmy hit him like a raging bull. We had Catherine Davidson with a detached retina all over the Sunday Mail for years and years. We had stories of the Rays when she had the baby and all the melodrama of the delivery room. Then she was going to write a book about the Labor Party. Funny that 25 years later, I haven't seen that book. I think the Daily Mail have behaved atrociously. Is Gad ever going to leave me alone and that Walker woman? OMG! Who's worse, Gad, the Daily Mail, or Walker? Talk about an abusive society. Laura Walker went to Park School for Girls, a fee-paying Glasgow school. It's atrocious, or was in those days. Prior to that, a journalist told me she'd been thrown out of 3 schools. I was told that years ago. I went to the local comp, was top of the school. Gad went to a fee-paying school. These kids that go to few-paying schools are taught they are better than the rest of us because their parents have more money. That's all wrong. Totally wrong. And that's where all the bullying comes from. Walker's father had a drink problem. I don't know if she does, but what a fantasist. If anyone threw a book at anyone in any law firm, they'd be arrested on the spot. That's a totally new allegation. The rest is her same old Glasgow Park School for Girls drivel. I asked Ann McCutcheon MP about Walker after I left the firm. Oh, you are well out of that, said Ann. No one I know has a good word to say about her. The day before the defamation case, Jimmy Ray won. Apparently, the two of them were having dinner at at Lord Johnson's house. That's highly unethical. Journalists also told me that. It was also said he or another judge hearing the case said it's okay to assault your wife. I definitely heard those comments at the time from journalists and lawyers. So if people want to attack me like I'm a rabid animal and accuse me of ridiculous behavior I'm not guilty of, then I think it's fair comment that I tell everyone what I heard about the Rays at the time. I have a photographic memory. I think I'll put it in a book. I've waited 25 off years to have my say. Internet crashing again. So 6 times on a 3-hour tape. The tape was 3 hours long, at least with Neil Sears. He says at least 6 times that he's not going to Laura Walker, that he hates Gad, and Gad is the story. Why is that story in his sister paper, The Mail, on Sunday then, 2 days later? Internet crashing again. Frankly, I don't think Gad has the intellect to have pulled this off. It's much more simple for Neil Sears to have phoned a colleague and said she won't cooperate, do her right over. Neil Sears wanted all sorts of files pertaining to Gad. He is not getting them. Then Laura Walker states, "Oh, Gad didn't want this to come put my name." Damn right he did. He named me to someone in the audience at the festival 5 years ago. Also, journalists known to me are now watching the show. He holds up a big banner in the show saying MPS wife stalker. Anyone Googling that will get the original article. I read that on BBC Breaking News 5 years ago. So I was alerted 5 years ago to the fact Gad was a bloody great lunatic problem. I had forgotten I'd read this big stalker headline was in the show. I don't know him, so I just did not admit to knowing him over the previous 5 years. No one asked me. Not Netflix, the festival, anyone. I don't know him. He's just my stalker. And he's obsessed by me. Laura Walker is a stalker too. I do not see how. Daily Mail journalists could take up 25 hours of my time last week, 6 hours in person, the rest in bursts on the phone, and not print one word I said. That's unheard of. I know it's the Daily Mail and it's lies, 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 but those are the facts. I have now read the full Laura Walker story now. I've got peace and the phones are off. I didn't leave another firm for a 2-week placement. That is a total lie. I assigned a training contract, but Walker would not sign the documents. She's got form for doing this. The Law Society always had difficulty with this. Laura would not sign assignation docs or any docs for lawyers used to withhold pay, and several previous employees complained to the Law Society. It was something 4 years later, not the next day, we ended up in the same European law class. I did 3 subjects as an external student and paid for it. Internet crashing again. It was 4 or 5 years later we ended up on the course together. I passed all 3 subjects well. I was not thrown off. That is a total lie. I did them as an external student. I paid my fees. She was just doing European law. I did that plus advanced labor law and private international. Internet still crashing. God, I've got the patience of a saint. Laura Walker was in the queue behind me. I paid fees first, so she was stalking me. I recall this well because I phoned Alex Raleigh, ex-General Secretary of the Scottish Labour Party. Alex Raleigh and I were good pals for a couple of years. Herb been shafted by the Blairite Mafia at the Scottish Labour HQ. I said, guess who was in the queue behind me on the course? Oh, Christ, no, he said, not your stalker. Not your stalker. I said, it's a bit late now. I've already paid the damn fees. He hated her. Because I'm not a private school brat, I don't go around stalking folk and making making people's life difficult. Gad and Walker do though. I don't tell lies, so what you are getting on her is the truth. Gad writes comedy show S base D on hyperbole and nonsense. It's to noise up and titillate the 20-somethings. He's admitted this. Laura Walker just damn well lies. It isn't befitting a member of faculty. If I allegedly threw a book at someone's head, why was I not arrested? Now she's seen Gad's show, so she's playing to the gallery hyped up by the Daily Mail. I've never once in my life heard this allegation before that I threw a book at someone's head. I complained about her to the Law Society. They also thought she was a head case because so many had complained about her. In response, she made up the allegation as she had originally put to the Sunday Mail in an article written by Lynn McPherson. Lynn was struggling to string two words together and doorstopped me 2 weeks before selections. So this allegation I threw a book at someone's head is in none of these papers, and I have a number of files on this. I also don't have curly hair. Martha is very fat. Sorry, the actress who plays Martha is very fat with curly hair going gray and may be from Glasgow. My hair is straightened or wavy and often highlighted red or blonde. I don't have curly hair, but then Laura Walker has only met me twice. Once when she hired me and left me to do all the work, once when she took me out to lunch, and once when I walked put. She skied from the firm and left me and 2 other lawyers and 4 incompetent secretaries to do the work. Now, there were 4 secretaries there, the likes of which I have never seen in any law firm ever. To say they were rough and ready was the understatement of the decade. Most were from Ballastone, an area Jimmy Ray represented. It was a sink estate. The one she's referring to, well, if anyone had tried throwing a book at them, she would have decked them one. I'm from the countryside. We don't get people like that there. Very violent, very mouthy, and very uncouth. They went with her to MacPhail's before she went to the bar. Everyone moaned about them there too. Laura Walker's father's firm, L&L Lawrence, went under with huge debt. Her father had been a lawyer. Her mom died of cancer and she left her brother John looking after her. She did nothing. I don't know what disabilities Frankie had. He'd be about 25 now. Sorry to hear he has disabilities. Anything else I recall about Laura Walker, etc., I'll let you know on here. This journalist I know watched 2 episodes of Baby Reindeer. I'm sworn to secrecy as to who it is for a fee. He watched it this weekend. He says, would you like to know you've been to jail for not just 9 years, but 4.5 years on top of that? Giggle, giggle. Gad changes his story more often than he gets green spots on his face. What in God's name did Martha do to get 13.5 years Ida Pokey? I'll tell you what, she had a playwright who knows nothing about the criminal law who followed nonsense written by Lynn McPherson. But Lynn McPherson didn't write the original Sunday Mail script. Laura Walker did, word for word, and she was a hopeless lawyer, knew damn all about facts and evidence. Jimmy Ray was not faithful to Laura Walker. Everyone knew he had another mistress. If there is anything else I need to clarify, be sure and tell me. I've been wanting to set the record straight. Oh, and by the way, I knew Gad Googled the article years ago because folk who hated him told me years ago. They drank in the Holly Arms and he owed them money. I didn't know he'd written a play till it was announced on BBC Breaking News 5 years ago. He'd done it at the Fringe. I no longer went into the Holly Arms after he had a manic attack at me one day, but week after week, he'd berate me in there. That has been in the newspapers. I found this put from staff and customers. So did friends of mine who all want the pub shut down ASA. They all want the Holly Arms shut down ASAP. So who is this guy who allegedly assaulted Gad? Is this a true story or made up? Journalists would like to know. The Daily Mail were obsessed with this one guy, Sean Foley. Did Gad's daft wee lawyer say it wasn't him and his name should be erased because he's another theater lovey, or what happened there? If this assault does exist, I'll tell you who will know. The Manchester Male Survivors Assault Group Gad keeps boasting he's an ambassador for. And Sandy Brindley of Assault Crisis Glasgow. The former blab about all the client base Brindley has a problem with, male advocates. I wonder if she thinks Laura Walker's behavior is abusive. Perchance, I'll ask her. What my lawyers have done, they have got letters off to a wide range of bodies in the UK asking if Walker, Gad, and Neil Sears are abusive, because I think the 3 of them are. Laura Walker is a bona fide stalker. She made my life hell at the uni. She tried getting me kicked put the Labor Party. I'd already left by that point. She tried interfering with jobs. Does Gad know all this? If he does, he's more of a stalker than I thought. She wanted me dead. She killed Jimmy Ray with her nagging. Jimmy was moaning about it. Walker wanted me dead. She mad. Walker likes to get her own way. No one listens to her, and this infuriated her. I already had all my legal qualifications. There was damn all she could do. I think she lives near Sterling with some henpecked guy. I, of course, have not had the right of reply to the Mail on Sunday article. The regulators will be alarmed about that. If Laura Walker had not attacked me during those parliamentary elections 25 years ago, there would be no baby reindeer. Because the show focuses on that article from what journalists have said. Walker wrote the defamatory article. She should be suing Gad for breach of copyright. If she had a brain in her head, which she never did, which is why every file in her firm went put for counsel's opinion. Because she didn't know basic law. Every lawyer in that firm moaned about that. So she'd say I'm going to meet counsel, meaning she could skive out the office, go to the country club or the Balmoral and try picking up men. Sad but true. Very sordid. It's amazing the things I've recalled about her crap firm. I referred a client to another firm because she'd sacked everyone and there was no one to send to tribunal that day. Internet crashing again. What I don't understand is why journalists, all older men and women, are obsessed by this ridiculous show. It shows a weakness of intellect on their part. 2, why Gad was allowed to oogle customers and use this info years later. He Googled me up 20 years ago. There were complaints to management. 3, I don't understand why Laura Walker would get involved in this 25 years later apart from the fact she's very vindictive. 4, his direct manager at the Holly Arms now unsuccessfully runs a bar on the South Coast. The guy is constantly stoned and agreed Gad was being vindictive when complaints were made by lawyers. 5, why in God's name do executives at the Holly Arms think this is a true story? Another Scottish actress went in there. I can't recall her name, but Johnny the Barman and others accuse her of breaking a mirror in the gents' toilet. This was crap. She didn't. I even offered them one of my mirrors. Oh, it's not actually broken, said Johnny. We made that up to get rid of her. I think that actress was from Dundee like Gad because my pal knew her, it later transpired. 6, if there were so many incidents in the Holly Arms, why weren't police called? They pay off the licensing police over drugs. That's common knowledge. But if Gad and I had so many bust-ups in real life, which we didn't, why no police in the Holly Arms? 7, my friend lives opposite the Holly Arms. He has a law degree, ex-journalist. He hated Quinn's, do still, when in the Holly. He'll say he saw none of this alleged goings on. His wife has the CPE. She won't go there, staff are so rude. I said don't GP in there. You'll end up in a bloody place. Frankly, I just don't get Fruit Loops like Gad and Walker. A load of folk have PTSD and bad illnesses. They don't berate other people and make lives hell. 3-2 have made my life hell and I'll sue them. And OMG, Laura Walker is still a bad dresser 25 years later. What a mess. I'd give anything not to be in this circus. So would I, the boyfriend saying. Oh, Fiona, who is this boyfriend, by the way? Still no public statement from him. He wants to put the lights out, LOL. Nighty. Ooh, it's snuggie time with her imaginary lawyer boyfriend. Oh, wow. 10 minutes later. That was quick. Rather glad Yusuf is gone. Onwards and upwards to beat labor again. Laura Walker, of course, wants me silenced. She's wanted me silenced for 25 years. She objected to one post. I got a Facebook ban for 24 hours yesterday till now. That's so typical of her. I don't know which post. Everything I said was true. I also wanted to say yesterday, but could not get into Facebook yesterday, that at no time did I laugh in Laura Walker's presence. Most folk actually cried in her presence. She's a hell of a nasty woman. So all this bit laughs like Martha is hand up for the mail on Sunday. I do have a good sense of humor, am Scottish, so I make jokes, but she doesn't know what my laugh is like. She actually reduced staff to tears. Most staff like me walked out and dealt with years of grief from her. Years and years. She cooperated with the mail on Sunday 25 years later, for God's sake. I also wanted to say yesterday, I never said to Laura Walker, don't talk to me like that. I have a photographic memory. I know what I said. What I said to the Daily Mail's Neil Sears was, stop ordering me about. Stop being nasty to me. It's very funny that exact expression appears in his sister paper today after I stopped cooperating with him, isn't it? Plus, I recorded his calls on my dictaphone and the entire session with them. Now I'm very busy and think I've addressed the main bits. I need to be left to get on with my life. Fine, serious interviews I will consider, but the media circus I will expose. Thanks for listening. The other bit I did notice was a quote from Richard Gadd promoting the show 2 weeks ago in the Daily Mail. I had heard rumors the Mail on Sunday would print something inaccurate and nasty, so I was looking for that on Saturday night. I couldn't find anything, but this phone gives me limited Google access. But I did see another article 3 weeks old of Richard Gadd promoting this show through the Daily Mail. He was doing the endless poor mess, the our story, oh tale of woe, and referring to my endless chatter. Sorry guys, I'm not a Glasgow uni dropout. I don't do endless chatter. I'm actually quite serious and quiet and softly spoken. Men have often chatted me up because they love my voice, particularly American men. Oh, yeah. Yes, I can definitely attest. We love Fiona's accent. If a subject requires to be addressed, I address it. I'm a singer. So I have a nice speaking voice. I lose my temper when apt. Everybody does. I'm not like Richard Gadd, who was allowed to go round the Halley Arms shouting out obscenities in a one-man show. His jokes were sexualized and vile. He was going round like a bipolar person in severe stages of mania, like he was on speed. It was relentless. Folk left the place because of it. It was basically a one-man show on hypermania. I felt sorry for him. I thought, OMG, they've got him on the wrong medication or he's taking some Halley Arms drugs. I think that was all I wanted to say. I couldn't say yesterday and Monday and Tuesday. I had a severe tummy upset brought on by stalkers and this nastiness. The Sun reporter is 20 years younger than me exactly. He may use expressions like kick someone's ass. I do not use expressions like that in legitimate legal proceedings. Perhaps the Sun newspaper should stick to topless model stories. I also wanted to thank a number of lawyer friends and others who have been endlessly supporting me by phone, one journalist and other friends. One lawyer in particular has been very, very supportive and stated yesterday what I've been through is unbelievable with this with this stalker Gadd. I will forever be grateful for his help. He's a fantastic civil litigator. It's well seen who are the armchair stalkers and binge watchers of Netflix dramas, who are the couch potatoes and who are the real genuine people, and never the twain shall meet. I was focused on retrieving all my property from a disastrous flat move last week organized incompetently by someone else. I was also very frightened of the operation supposed to happen last week but has had to be rescheduled because of this. This Gadd nonsense caused mayhem last week and caused mayhem with the levels of my diabetic sugars. That is disability hate crime. I think people should think before they open their mouths. One other thing I did want to respond to in the Laura Walker article, I always wondered what happened to her. Well, that's Park School for Girls Cheek if I ever heard it. She's been stalking me in London. Knows full well I've been living here. Knows full well no one believes her down here. Knows full well I've done loads of things in London. Frankly, she stalked and hounded me out of Scotland. I love Scotland. I've always tried to promote it as a country with great potential. I was educated there through the state system. Know a hell of a lot of people there would not have moved here had it not been for relentless attacks from Laura Walker with her park school for girls. Crazy mind. I wanted to explore other options, so I might have moved eventually, but it wasn't in my immediate plans. I was also assured that mad article she did was off Google. I was assured by two KCs. So you can imagine I was horrified. I'd moved country, was doing well, and everything in the garden was rosy. And I was told about 10 years ago, Richard Gadd had Googled up the Laura Walker article and was spreading it around Camden and Theater Loveyland. I didn't know he was going to write some bizarre show about it, i.e. the article plus hyperbole it. I was shell-shocked. He was so obsessed with me and spreading that stupid article around as fact. I have to declare my views on Park School for Girls in Glasgow Uni. Anyone I've ever heard of who went to Park School for Girls in Laurel Bank in Glasgow has turned to drugs, dropped out of, been a mouthy poor little rich girl. My experience of folk who went to other schools is not this. Walker, Gadd, and Yusuf went to Glasgow Uni. I have never been there. I have, however, experienced and read of other lawyers taking cases versus Glasgow Uni graduates and all faculties abusing folk. It is not a good uni, in my opinion. Yusuf went there, Sturgeon went there. It's not got a good track record. There are current legal cases pending versus Glasgow Uni. What happened to Laura Walker, we might ask? I've not seen her since 1998. Her firm went bust, her daddy's firm. She ran into the ground. 2 or 3 failed marriages. She went off to that bar doing a few fatal accident cases. She is an embarrassment to the faculty of advocates. I thought she'd already been kicked put or retired. I think she's 66. I'm not Googling it. I don't traditionally Google people up, and I don't want to hear any more of her or Richard Gadd's rantings. Okay, so that makes sense. Fiona is the one who doesn't want to hear people's rantings. Okay. So it's for everyone to make up their own mind who went where, isn't it? I'm going to make my lunch. Bye for now. I did issue a plea not to be harassed last week. That has worked well, hasn't it? LOL. Don't try phoning me when I'm having that operation. Hospital staff will call police. I would not be taking calls over meal times. That had to be explained to one persistent thirsty something journalist wanting a scoop twice. My phone is now going off at 5 at night. My main mobile has been going right round the media, not given them by me or anyone I know. I'll need to buy a new phone because people who are important to me can't get through. It's not fair on them or me. That woman claiming to be S-publicist left me 3 messages last night, all after 10:30, ranting and raving and shouting I should be paid for this. This is the one that sent me so many texts it clogged my phone. That is ridiculous. Now, I'm a normal type 1 diabetic. I need 3 meals a day at meal times. I need to bathe, eat, and sleep like a normal person. I'm not the property of the Daily Mail, random publicists, or anyone else. I do not live my life or on a media circus as do many 2-bit celebrities do in London. And no, I'm not getting paid any of this. I have been approached by 2 legitimate broadcasters. Apparently other journalists knew about that this morning, not through me. One approached me at 7:30 Sunday night. We had just sat down to eat our dinner. I would no longer be available for calls at the weekend. Another series broadcaster has approached me and the media journalists seem to know about this today. Another wee one. I'm lying here trying to relax because my sugars are high and I got little sleep for 10 days while my life has been turned upside down. It's regarding presents. I'll give someone a wee minding if they've done me a favor. It's a Scottish thing. We are a kind nation. It doesn't exist in England. Laura Walker interviewed me on the famous Charles Rennie Macintosh bench. Everyone at L&L Lawrence was hired and fired on that bench. If benches could tell stories, She told me stories about other employees, how they had walked on, been fired. I said, one advocate now at KC likes you, so does his wife. I know them. I said, most people in the Glasgow Bar Association and other lawyers in Scotland are saying to avoid you like the plague. Oh, why? She said. I said, to be candid, they say you are a silly W. Or, I said, I'm just telling you what folk are saying. This was all in response to Laura Walker's interview questions. Then a bunch of roses arrived during the interview. I have a feeling it was Valentine's Day, but I could be wrong. Oh, sweet, I said. Yes, it's from my fiance. Oh, how nice, I said. When's the wedding? When he gets divorced. She said, there have been loads about this in the press, but I hadn't seen it. She was waiting for Jimmy Ray to get divorced from the first Mrs. Ray. Oh, I see. Difficult, complicated, or something like that. So I've been offered several jobs all at once, which made my pals laugh and my legal friends who were delighted. She phoned offering me the job. I went out for a drive that weekend. Okay, what are you even talking about? And where are all these pals and legal friends you keep talking about? Where are they? I came across a wee tea shop near where I'm from, hadn't been in this new shop. Lovely handmade cards. I sent her a good luck happy engagement card. It was handmade. I was starting a new job. She seemed to have few people glad about this engagement. It was a gesture, that's all. She had moaned about all the people who could not do the personal injury employment law job with her. I was interested in that kind of work then. Regarding Gad, he asked me to borrow 500 quid. What for? I said. None of your business, he said. No, I said, ask your dad. Happy new month. For the 1st of May, it's not amazing weather. Yesterday was a lovely afternoon. This is dull and dretch. Did not wash my face in the May Day do as my gran told me to. Don't want to attract errant 23 errant 23-year-olds. LOL. I don't think you'll have to worry about that too much. I know that's a thing in London, but it's not my thing. Okay. At no time had the Labour Party ever done anything for me. In fact, quite the reverse. Don't trust them, folks. All talk, no action. It's the heir to the Blyar ND some daft wee lassies and laddates Starmer can boss about. Are the Tories still in chaos? England-wide, I don't know. The Tories have more educated folks standing. Both parties are stuck there with the same pool of money. Both have silly wee boys and girls standing in most seats. Labour have more kids standing. I have noted that. Everyone they have had no job and is working for a charity, and it's the Stepford Wives and Husbands Club. It's pretty poor. That's for the general. God knows who's standing at the locals. It'll be worse. Another thing really upsetting me is hoax publicists or English folk phoning me up not having a clue what they are doing. One phoned me twice last night, leaving big long messages full of the F words. She's been phoning me since Friday night after 10, telling me she's got this lawyer and he's free and will work on a contingency, no win, no fee, and sue everyone, IJFG site, and I need to get my FG head together and folk are FG abusing me. She's been told 5 times by me to email me her credentials if she is indeed genuine. Of course, I think she may be a hoaxer or one of Gad's actress's pals. I'm loath to call police and indeed haven't had a chance to do so. I can't be 10 places at once. She says her name is Cheryl, and she sounds like a very bad version of Cheryl Baker with a great many FSIJ the conversation. Genuine PR people tend to charge 30 grand up front. Shillings used to and have dropped their rates to 25 grand. It is my view Shillings aren't doing it very well either, which is why this person may be genuine, this Cheryl, I don't know. It's such a shambles, all this stuff down here. The best way to contact me is phone me in the allotted hours. I'm not contactable by DM on here. At a push directly on here, if someone is pretending to be my publicist, check with me first. I don't trust anyone whose credentials I've not seen or won't deal with me by email. Phoning me after 10 every night and every word being F does my head in. So is someone pretending I've not read the articles who thinks I don't know lawyers and who treats me like a numbskull? We had enough of that with the Daily Mail. Most of my friends are lawyers, accountants, business people. I've tended to know these folk for 35 years anyway. You mean you've pretended to know these folk for 35 years? That's all any hoax publicist needs to know. Unexplained is where she got my number from. She seems to know wee bits about how the system works. Shambolic though, anyone can be a booking agent PR rep. God knows. A bit of peace would be nice. Yeah, I bet that's what your stalking victim said too. Friend of mine just phoned to see how I was. Very caring guy. He said Gad just wrote Baby Reindeer because the comedy shows were bombing. I know, I said. Folk didn't like him as a comedian. He wasn't funny. One particular show bombed so much it was all over the Evening Standard. He was being heckled by folks screaming, "This isn't funny." That was 7, 8 years ago I read that. He's no Billy Connolly or Kevin Bridges. Billy is a genius. Baby Reindeer was written out of desperation, using other folks' jokes. I don't think Gad likes women. I recall another incident where Gad was very high and manic reciting one of Hamlet's soliloquies. Now, I hadn't heard it since higher English, but it sounded wrong, and I said, "Are you sure those are the words?" "Of course they're the words, you silly bitch," he ranted. Other staff looked on shocked. I was shocked. He doesn't like to be challenged by any woman. He was high as a kite that day. Gad just needs to get this PTSD sorted put and find himself a nice boyfriend and stop making up stories and stalking folk. Problem solved. There, I've just saved him a fortune in shrink bills. I aim to please. Rumor has it in Scotland, and she told me she only went to the Subday Mail years ago to doing her ex-husband Drew Walker, who she claimed was after her money. Then she kept doing people in over the Sunday Mail. Levy and McRae solicitors did that divorce. I think then the Ray divorce. It's the same old names coming up all the time. The Scottish and English press really need to get sorted out. And now we have her siding with an abusive man versus me. People are very weird. Levy and McRae used to act for the Daily Record and Sunday Mail. Partners fell out and Peter Watson left the firm. I have wonders for years who at Levy and McRae was on duty the night I was attacked in. 1998, they door stopped me an hour before they went to print, wouldn't tell me what the story was about. They just door stopped me and asked me if I knew Laura Walker. Yes, I said. We phoned repeatedly, many of us, to ask what it was about. That was my right of reply. Successive lawyers at Levy and McRae have denied being okay duty that night. The Sunday Mail behaved atrociously in 1998, and I'm now going to get involved in groups to make the media not act like animals. Levy's son was a circus. Nothing got resolved. A few crap QCS making money. A total circus. 4 sets of lawyers used to act for the Sunday Mail the night I was attacked in 1998. Levy and McRae were on duty. The other firm said they wouldn't have allowed that to pass. It was defamatory, they said. Why did Levy and McRae then? I've never liked that firm or anyone working there. Some of these so-called media lawyers are very, very corrupt, both sides of the border. It requires to be disinfected. It stinks to high heaven. It makes me sick, actually, because it gets worse by the second. There's a bar downstairs. God, these 2 guys are loud. FG this, FG that. You don't get all that in Scotland. London is a loud, loud town. I looked out, it's only 2 people. I thought 10. They love their own voices. I certainly have never had any time for Laura Walker, having seen the way she operated, and she's got worse as she's got older. The same old criminality. What a strange, horrible day. Got woken up in the night by thunderstorms and lightning battering against the bedroom window. It's bloody second May, never mind. Let's hope it pisses down on labor supporters who will be out there like rats up a drain pipe today. You never see them all year round. They do nothing, but the little creeps will be out today. It will be a terrible day. That storm must have been 4 or 5 a.m., I think. This baby reindeer thing in this publicity machine is out of control. The Daily Mail are obsessed with it because Netflix makes so much money. It's going on and really getting me down. Every time I look at the news or my friends do, it's on there. It's got to the stage I'm scared to Google up the news in case it's on there. 2 days ago, the Daily Mail ran an article on all the murder mystery suspense type films like Baby Reindeer. Again, I was sickened, so didn't read it. All this harassing nonsense tends to be on the Daily Mail website. The solution is not to look at the Daily Mail at all, but I like some of the showbiz news and health articles. The other thing was that publicist, be she real or a hoax, really freaked me out, not last night, but the night before with the late calls. The calls were menacing. She indicated this wasn't going to stop, was swearing at me every second word and, and telling me to make money out of it, and I was a stupid... a stupid bitch for not doing so. Well, I'm not Johnny Depp. I don't have 30 grand to pay shillings, and frankly, their PR is crap anyway, and their lawyers really mess up cases. Many are not highly qualified at all. In fact, they have the least qualifications of any lawyers I know. The whole baby reindeer thing, like its writer, has become a freaky little nightmare. I didn't sleep well last night anyway due to the storm, but this is really beginning to upset me. Netflix, Richard Gadd, and that fat slob actress Jessica and the Daily Mail don't give a monkey's who is caught up in this. They are callous, nasty BS. That fat slob actress really annoys me doing this to another woman. That is unforgivable. Obviously, people watch this baby reindeer crap. The only crap I actually watch on TV is EastEnders, but I've seen no TV for tweaked days because the move went badly wrong and I don't know which box to TV Ariel is in. I can do without TV, but not music. I think this baby reindeer has become obsessional watched by stalkers, potential stalkers and half-wits like the writer, and for God's sake, can't that fat actress not go on diet? Unless there are health reasons for it, no one should be that fat. I've been looking at the emoji comments. Very few are the frown ones. I'm glad she's paying attention to the emoji comments. Very few are the frown ones in days, so thank you for that because my life has been turned upside down. The 1S who do the frowns are odd bod women and odd bod gay men. I block them when I can be bothered. It's always the same type of Gad follower, strange bio misfits with no job. They are the menacing... They are the menacing stalker type. I think Baby Reindeer appeals to social misfits, Daily Mail reporters, not necessarily mutually exclusive Daily Mail lawyers who are odd bods, the unemployed and folk with no friends, the 20-something unemployed. I don't want to be cowed by this, but I don't want to wake up every morning reading it either. I also don't want to be litigating versus it years either. That's soul destroying. All I can say to folks is if all your professional mates say to you don't go working for some silly WHRE like Laura Walker, you'll end up in the Sunday Mail. Listen to them. I would also say to folk, watch who you meet in London. It's full of freaks. I mean, look at that guy who went on the rampage with a sword the other day. Khan has made London not safe. Loads of violent schizophrenics out there and other oddbods. Don't go into a bar you don't know because you're starving for a lemonade and a meal. You'll meet a freak. You'll meet a freak like Richard Gadd. That's all I can say. Melick solicitors act for the Sun. They hire no women lawyers ever apart from Bernadette Baxter, who does family law. They have an anti-women lawyer agenda too, have had for decades. That Sun journalist said no way would he identify me. I was going to phone Kenny Balfour Lang to do. I was just about to phone Kenneth Balfour Lang, Edinburgh public school boy in my year at uni. Couldn't make it with an Edinburgh for he called W. NK bag, so went to Melick's. I've never trusted him. I was going to phone him. Check put this Robert journalist who I did not known. I did not known him. No, I told you. I never known him. I was about to pick up the phone and the Daily Mail wouldn't get off the... The Daily Mail only has one phone line. So if they get two calls, the other will never go through. Okay, Fiona, that sounds realistic. So I didn't get to talk to him. Not that, frankly, it would have made much difference. Melick's hate Levy and McRae, and this had been ongoing for decades. They all hate each other. I did phone Melick's Monday or Tuesday. I spoke to a very English receptionist who couldn't take a message for toffee. Kenneth Lang was now on holiday, but was there when that Sun article was written last week. This girl could not take a basic message for toffee. It was excruciating. I asked who was doing Kenneth Lang's work while he was on a holiday. Oh, Sophie, someone will call you back. Obviously, no call came. Was she a solicitor? I asked. Yes. I phoned the next day to see why no call back. Could I speak to her about why my name had been revealed? This Scottish receptionist is a right wee madam. They are legendary for their obnoxious support staff. It's been that way in there for decades. Talk about a nippy sweetie. I commented the call before took ages because I could get no sense out of the English receptionist. I got dog's abuse back on we phoned Kitty on holiday. No one will phone you back. Okay, then we'll go to the press complaints commission with that firm. Tommy Sheridan did too, I'm sure. But the nastiness of that receptionist, it wasn't because I was on the phone. It's just this younger Scot, no manners thing M. Oh, we can't act for you was the first thing she said, thick as mince. I'm not asking that, I said. I'm asking why my name was printed. Did she even go to Kenny? Well, the regulators will find out. Oh, we act for the Sun, she kept saying. Yes, I do in fact know Millick's act for the Sun and previously the News of the World. I've actually known that for decades. Millick seems to hire the worst support staff in Glasgow. She was treating me like a criminal. We madam. And over the next weeks, they would no doubt be doing over John Sweeney and Kate Forbes and all that they would have had S hand in getting rid of Sturgeon. Anyone remotely making a success of themselves, people like this have to tear down door. Had a hell of a time with the Scottish press too. Everybody does. That wee madam at Mellick's won't be so cheeky when she is dealing with everybody suing Mellick's from now on. That's why I'm publicizing this. And yes, I taped the call. What was I supposed to do last week? Ignore all media inquiries and let them publish exactly what they wanted? That was Bill McCree's advice after of spoke Levy and McCrae wanted thousands up front to represent. Maybe Joanna Cherry has lots of spare, though, to hire David McKee. I don't. I also think David McKee might have been on duty for the Sunday Mail when I was done over in '98. He wouldn't answer a straight question on that. The English firms charge 4 times what Levy and McCrae do. So what should I have done? I'll tell you what I'm doing now. I'm naming names because I've been abused by a lot of them. I'm pro-Scottish independence, but, well, never get it why we get a carry-on like that up there. People are moaning about how the younger generation up there. Talk to them. The younger generation of Scotland are pretty uneducated. Some time ago, I spoke to a Scots lawyer in her 60s. She phoned up some Scottish government department and she'd been spoken to atrociously by some wee idiot like that female at Mellick's. I know, I said, we've all been on the receiving end of it. It's embarrassing Scotland. It seems to be the lower down the job in admin everywhere, the more they think they can abuse professionals. It's not on. Professionals are sick to the back teeth of it. The trick is the email, but no one answers emails in offices anymore. They go to the office to sleep after binge watching Baby Reindeer. That's not a joke. Crap journalists all have fights. These are not the sharpest knives in the drawer. Shall we name them? Shall I, you, and the person in the middle is kicked around like a football? They make up what they like. Do the press abuse people? Of course they do. Well, someone has just phoned me to say Richard Gadd has been on Lorraine the Morning Show with Martha within the past 2 weeks. The relentless publicity machine of the untrue story. I don't watch Lorraine. Richard Gadd and Fatso Martha are exhausting. I'm trying to do other things, but people keep phoning to tell me what these 2 oddbods are up to. I've just seen about John Sweeney with Kate Forbes backing. That's kind of the way I thought it would pan out, but Scotland would never achieve independence unless it ups its game with some of the nonsense going on up there, which I thought had been cleared up, but clearly hasn't. I'm very pro-Scottish independence. The last thing Scotland needs is Labour tyrants back in control. That would be a total disaster. I don't care if Richard Gadd and Fat Martha go to Lord God Almighty the man, on the moon or the Pope to say his silly wee play is a true story. Anyone remotely normal knows it is not a true story. Everyone who phones me is up to trying to be helpful, telling me what the wee nuisance does next. Yes, we need to know to keep people informed, but no bloody wonder loads of women hate him. It is a relentless Richard Gadd and Fat Martha publicity machine. It won't make them any more money. The world would be fine if it weren't for the people. Not my quote. Doug Moines actually also done over shortly after me by the Bill of Right Mafia in 98. People can be nuts like Gadd and Fat Martha. It's a double act now. I've just spent 40 minutes on the phone speaking to an old pal. He's my age. He doesn't follow Facebook, hasn't been watching TV. That's true. I've been explaining to him what has happened all over the media with Fat Martha, Richard Gadd, and their circus. He knows me very well, has known me for 20 years. I said I'm going to have to go. I'm tired, need to get up early. I said the Daily Mail wouldn't get off my phone. It's been hell. He goes, if I didn't know you, well, I think you were making it up. I said, Google Fiona Harvey, Richard Gadd, Fat Martha, or Baby Reindeer at your leisure. It will all come up. And follow my Facebook account for the truth. He will look it up because he's a kind mate. I know a lot of folk not on social media, etc. They all think Gadd's mad too. What a nasty thing to do to someone, he said. He's right. I'm dealing with lovey lunatics and the unsavory elements of the UK press. It's about to come tumbling down on Fat Martha and Gadd. No one believes them. Watch this space. If I hadn't had a major flat move right in the middle of this and a bad ankle with an operation pending, it would all have crashed down on their heads already, because I would have been more mobile with computers working. Do not go see this play he hardly wrote. Word of it anyway. He used other people's jokes from within Camden. I give an exclusive interview next week. I will reveal more then. That interview they wanted me this week. Couldn't do it, ankle too sore and bad stomach. Gadd would kill me if he could. He's that kind of guy. He's my stalker. Gadd would kill me if he could. He's that kind of guy. He's my stalker. The truth will put, and I'm gonna tell it. My friends are disgusted with Gadd and Fat Martha. Do not go see this abusive play or stream it or whatever. Tired up early tomorrow. It's about time. The Sun newspaper were sued Black and Blue. I've not cooperated in any of their articles. Don't know what they've written. Lawyers are checking it over for me. I did not put myself, as they put it. They were underhand BS and gave my name put. Their lawyers, Melix, have been liars for years. Robert at the Sun lied and lied and lied on tape. He said he would not mention my name. He's a bloody liar. Don't trust the Sun. I did not put my own name out there. We have also had various legal opinions about how to sue Netflix. They are unanimous in Netflix and Gadd's culpability here. I'm now going to get something to eat. It's important for people to know that some journalists are morons. They make it up as they go along. There is no way I ran along to the Sun newspaper and said, hey, I'm Fiona Harvey. The Sun must think we are all as mad as Richard Gadd. And who's this mystery publicist who has been phoning me after 10 p.m.? An ex-Sun reporter? I don't know. The important point is I did not go to the Sun and have repeatedly said on tape to them last week, don't name me. Robert, the Sun journalist, is 38. He worked there 4 years. He's hardly journalist of the year. He was last to phone last week after the Daily Mail and Daily Record were second. When I phoned him to say you've named me, he started shouting. Robert, real men don't shout at women. People like Jimmy Ray, dead MP, do, and what was he accused of? R and wife beating. I won't deal with any man that shouts at women. That's why I won't deal with Richard Gadd, but more on that next week. The Sun newspaper is now being investigated by the regulators, so are their crap lawyers. I don't know one person who reads the Sun. My friends are all highly educated. Yeah, where are they again? Because we've never seen a single photo of any of your educated friends. So thanks, Gadd, for this latest round of abuse. Thanks, Fat Martha. I have not voted in this election. I normally vote, but the polling card pertains to my old address in Camden. I'm not going back there. Vote Tory though, because this country would get so much worse under Labor lunatics. There's a long way to go till the general election though, which I think will be November, December, January of next year. It won't be before December, and most professionals and people who work will vote Tory. Oh yes, Starmer's lot may do well tomorrow, but they won't in the general. Do you think Richard Gadd and Fat Martha would have liked this done to them what's been done to me for nearly 2 weeks now? No, they would have been running off to their lovey unions, daddy professor cuddly toys and singing their shrinks. I wouldn't have wished this last 2 weeks on my worst enemy, but then my conscience is clear unlike theirs. Hey, do you think Fat Martha and Gadd are dating? He's looking for a woman. Sometimes it reams and reams all over the press. He wants a man. Now it's a woman. I'll love you and leave you till tomorrow night at least. I've got important things to do. Fiona X. I just wondered, for the purposes of my book and research for my book, how many of you have been done over in the media before? I suspected Gadd was up to something 5 years ago when he first wrote the play for the festival, but frankly forgot all about it because he's a non-entity. It's like the Al Pacino movie where he forgets about Benny Bronco from the Bronx. Benny turns up weeks later and murders him. That's non-entity Gadd for you. I'm just Benny from the Bronx. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. I'm just Benny from the Bronx. And by the way, if Al Pacino yeah, I'm sure Al Pacino's going to proposition you. If Al Pacino propositioned me in a bar, oh God, I'd say yes, even though he's 80 or something. I've always fancied Al. Well, I'm sure Al Pacino would be really glad to know that. Maybe he can be the subject of the Baby Reindeer sequel. Hey, that sounds like a good idea. You should pitch that to Netflix. Nighty. Okay, so just to clarify, these posts are US Eastern Standard Time, so they're about 5 hours behind the UK. So it's not actually 5:11 p.m. where Fiona is, it's actually 10:11. So her first post of May 2nd was after 3 a.m. my time, but it was actually after 8 a.m. her time. Well, in a shocking twist of events, Fiona didn't actually go to sleep like she said. I'll give you a Lorraine Kelly joke before I go to sleep. I've been telling it to people today after I found Gadd and Martha were on Lorraine's show. People often come up to me and say, "Are you Lorraine Kelly?" I met my friend Jane and her toy boy one nice sunny day in London in a nice bar, not the Halley Arms. We were stone cold sober. In came a guy, the most boring guy on planet Earth, and he knew Jane from school. Oh Christ, not him, she whispered. We couldn't get rid of him for hours. Oh, you're not. You are, he kept on saying. Not what you talking about? You're Lorraine Kelly, aren't you? Oh God, I love you. No, I'm not. Oh, are you joking? Are you? No, I'm not. She's 10 years older than me. This went on for an hour. I wouldn't have minded, but he was a bloody cop off duty, thick as mints. I look nothing like Lorraine Kelly, so good job. I wasn't on Lorraine Kelly, eh? This cop would have been bloody confused. I hate that when you take a statin at night and it goes down the wrong way, you need to suck loads of mints to get the foul taste away. What I'm currently doing, yuck. Most of these reporters don't have degrees, aren't well read, and can barely read and write. Hey folks, I found one that does have qualifications in read and write. Ain't I the lucky babe? Gadd will be jealous again. Yeah. Just out of interest, was Gadd's alleged abuser a stalker? Because he's written extensively about this alleged abuser, asking for a friend. Oh, I forgot. According to Gadd and Netflix, everything he writes is fact. Oh, I see. Silly me. And just for the record, I'm not a man, have never been a man, and didn't abuse Gadd, just in case anyone asks me that, okay? Just out of interest, I can't like anyone's page on here or repost it. I can't do that to them because they'll get stalking and death threats from Gadd's fans like I have. So what do? I do have this page for Gad fans who no longer like him because they don't believe him, and set up another Facebook page for me and my fans. Facebook, by the way, are really annoyed with Gad's stalking pals. They were threatening to kill me in chat rooms, so why did they have to accost me directly on friends' Facebook pages right now? Abusive men want the women they abuse to have no friends. Classic Gad and abuser. He's showing all the classic traits. If Gad didn't want me to be identified, why didn't Gad just come out and say it's not her? No, he wants to make money and he wanted to humiliate me. Look at his parents, father on a very high salary doing nothing as an academic. Academics always full of their own importance. Mother real dead-end job but overpaid for it. Gad thinks women should know their place. Also in the Daily Mail, instead of publishing the article I have them, they were obsessed with Gad's lawyer's threats in the story. They substitute D was about a theater director who they say did not abuse Gad. Did Gad speak up for him because he's another Lovey? Now I don't know who abused who, but fans were hounding this guy, then suddenly Gad's lawyer's kicking up a fuss. Then this guy appears in an article supposed to be about Gad stalking me. That makes no sense. Gad's lawyers really threatened the Daily Mail last week. If you had nothing to hide, why threaten a newspaper over printing a story? That whole episode is bizarre and I need to read it line by line. Then we had another barista whose name I have who was also hounded by Gad fans. Did she threaten lawyers? Why did they go off her scent? None of this circus makes sense. If journalists could tell the truth, it would help, but few of them can. Well, Fiona, not everyone has as much integrity as you. Because I know what goes on behind the scenes to a certain extent with the press and lawyers. I'm well equipped to make educated guesses what went on, but even I am finding this case bizarre. Based, other cases I have seen. Media circus. Definitely 90 this time. The other thing we were all talking about today, and we all know the law, Gad doesn't, is how do you disprove something you are not doing, like stalking? How do you disprove that? That's why Laura Walker picked that crime. Scheming and nasty, the two of them, and we've all had to deal with the consequences. If they picked a crime like drugs, assault, murder, easier to prove and disprove. Lawyers can't fathom out these two weirdos for love nor money. We all think just a wicked, nasty thing to do. One does ponder their weirdness late at night when I'm usually up till 2 reading. Midnight is an early night for me. London is mayhem. I booked a taxi last night. It took me 20 minutes to do so. She was so slow at doing the booking. Now I can't get through to the company. It takes just hours to do basic things in this town. Folk just don't answer phones. It becomes more of a banana republic daily. It's pretty bad with everything you try to do. I'm amazed. In Scotland, phones would be answered and that would be done in 2 minutes flat. Calls take me half an hour in London. I have to repeat my name and number multiple times. I hardly have a big long name and they don't listen and can't work computers. This is youngsters who are from England and first language is English is totally pathetic. It's every call center and I have to speak so slowly it's not true. I also don't have a broad Scottish accent. It was bad before the pandemic, now it's diabolical. And it's not me. All my friends are moaning about this palaver too. The problem is I don't have the Uber app or Black Cab app on this phone. Private hearses don't turn up on time. That last driver last week was an hour late. My pal booked an Uber for me on his phone. It turned up within 4 minutes. Private hires in London useless. London needs to get its act together over basic facilities. We LL had a discussion about this years ago. Tourists think they'll come here and it's all gonna be new gardens, lovely parks, and nice. It's no toilets, crap food, drunken bars, no taxis, no facilities, folk being rude to them. We were remarking in any other country you kind of don't get this. Holidays are quite nice usually. We had a situation where the taxi driver was new last week, couldn't speak any English. He'd been in a neighboring street an hour, couldn't tell me where he was, nor could the booking office. I speak several languages. I couldn't understand a word. "Oh, we are so sorry," said the booking office. "So sorry, he's new. I mean, FFS, it's beyond pathetic. Please let that not happen today. This meeting is important. You are having to book taxis in London an hour or two before." Well, how interesting. A Scot picked up the phone at the booking office. He's on all day, thank God. We don't get many Scots in London anymore. It's such a terrible place to live. I, Bookling, done paid for, didn't have to repeat every word 10 times, hyper efficient. I mean, you book a taxi normally to save time and all that. It's usually a full-time job. Doing so in London, it's a mundane activity in Scotland. I've known Scots who come to London and leave to go back home in days, or they stay a bit, go home to Scotland and move abroad anywhere but England because it's a bloody mess. I've also noticed a lot of homeless Scots in London because they stand up for themselves with landlords. Scotsland and England are just two different worlds. Scots have traditionally come to England to earn more money. The quality of life in London, though, is crap. Thank God for that wee Scottish boy, though, has made life a lot less stressful today. I'm back early, but only here for 20 minutes. I've been invited to join a baby reindeer Fiona Harvey support group. I didn't know Gad was jerking off to me, as you put it. I've not seen the show. I'm too frightened, LOL. I've got to chuckle at you lot. That group is a laugh. He's taken up so much of my time already, I'm way behind with other more important things. Much as that group amuses me, I'm still not watching the show. God, what a laugh you lot are. My TV aerial hasn't arrived. Not promising, but may look at it later. Does Gad not need to consult all his shrinks and Fat Martha before he jerks off, as you so politely put it? Ha ha ha. One thing I will say about Gad, he'll do anything for money. Still laughing, but it's true. I've met some carpetbaggers in my time in law and politics, but Gad is the ultimate media whore, LOL. I've not seen this baby reindeer. I've just met someone who's seen it, Martha Sakua. Martha sexually assaults Gad in a canal, throws a glass at his head, attacks him over the bar. Sorry guys, not guilty. I don't know anyone who's done that to Richard Gad. Then something about his parents, Martha, is to show attacks them. Sorry guys, not me. Then Martha pleads guilty to all charges. This person has watched a fair bit of the show. No one goes anywhere near that canal. I think they found bodies in it. You walk over a bridge over the canal to get to Chalk Farm Road. Dealers operate in the Halley Arms and by the canal. And here we are at 11:42 a.m., Fiona writes. Anyway, I'm off to do important things. And here we are at 11:46, just 4 minutes later. I guess Fiona took care of all of those important things. I hate to be a wee bit of a clever dick here, but someone assaulting sexually someone in a canal right in the middle of Camden. Kind of did no one think this play is maybe not real? Camden is erratic and mad, but there will be police everywhere, LOL. Well, I've had a laugh this afternoon, guys. Okay, so I guess she really is off to do more important things now. And here we are, not even half an hour later, she writes, hilarity and slapstick humor aside, I can categorically say being attacked in a canal, glasses thrown over bars. I would have heard on the Camden grapevine if that had happened to Gad. I don't see for 1 minute how Gad and Netflix can bill this as a true story. To my knowledge, no one has ever attacked Gad in any way. I don't know about this R thing. This only came to press attention when he was doing press for another show. Someone drew it to my attention. It was in The Guardian. Loads of things happen in Camden and in the Hockey Arms. Drug bust-ups, all sorts, people having sex in there in full view of others. I've heard all this, but never seen it. I only ever went to the Hockey Arms the day to eat. I've never seen it at night, but I know folk who have. Licensing should have shut them down years ago. A couple of slapstick jokes and a crazy play doesn't justify dragging me through the media circus for 2 weeks. We also think the person who gave the press my number came from Gad's team or lives in Camden. The press did not have my number. Sears was setting me up. He's a very nasty journalist. Don't deal with him. He asked me for info. I have him. 3 hours on tape, the rest by voicemail. He's really, really thick. I deemed him too dense and twisted to deal with, so I stopped talking to him. So instead, he wrote about the guy who claims he didn't Gad and got the mail on Sunday to repeat word for words the Laura Walker attack 25 years ago when I was going for Westminster. I was unaware his photographer had taken that photo. All I said was, F off, Neil. Stop texting me constantly about fluffy reindeers. I think to come into my home and take 3 hours then twist the story is a bit much. No photos, he said. I've written to his editor, that's all. He has published photos without my consent. He got frightened when Gad's lawyers threatened him. I was on the phone to the Daily Record. He phoned me on another line. Don't speak to that bee, he said. Well, John Dingwall, is not a bee. He's highly educated, polite, and very nice. Neil Sears is as thick as 10 short planks. The most I said to Sears was F off, and I told him I was going to the Press Complaints Commission. He's a total nut job, and he's clearly had run-ins with Gad or his team or both. He phoned me 5 times for ages after he left me, so he was on my phone all day Wednesday. Then I met with him most of Thursday. The deadline for Gad's lawyers getting back to him was noon. Then he made up some story they had to extend the time. Neil Sears of the Daily Mail told Gad's lawyers where Barra & Co. My internet coverage on his phone is bad, but there is no such firm. Then Sears said he didn't know. Then Sears said Gad's lawyers said I should be done right over. Sears is a liar. His story keeps changing. If he comes near me again, I'll call police. That also applies to his Neanderthal photographer. Funny how I wrote all this about Sears last week. He's got nothing to write because I won't talk to him, so he retaliates IJ this way this afternoon. The more he acts like a silly kid, the more the Mail are likely to fire him. He's had run-ins with Russell Brand and all sorts of folk. Neil Sears was ordering me about my own home. My leg was very bad. He's bonkers. Someone has posted The Sun. The Sun reporter is very stupid. I knew Donald Dewar well. I went for his parliamentary seat when he retired from Westminster. The Sun have just regurgitated what Laura Walker said, which was a pack of lies 25 years ago. I had not seen these articles, just heard about them, so thanks for posting them. I don't have time to goggle up piles of lies from 25 years ago, and The Sun is presenting that hatchet job by Laura Walker as fact. It's pathetic. That's why other journalists are saying don't read it, i.e. the ones with degrees. Neil Sears and Robert at The Sun are too thick to be even bog standard journalists. Neil Sears was trying to make up stories about me and Gad and was trying to put words into my mouth. I will not reveal confidential details I know about Gad, i.e. things told me in confidence. I repeat, I will not reveal confidential details about Gad or anyone else told to me in confidence. I've never been that kind of person. But Neil Sears is a worm. I just happened to see that before I went put again. Any requests for legitimate info, I left Sears. Nothing more or less, but it was clear to me from the get-go he didn't know what he was doing. I know what I know, and I'm not making up stories. Unlike Neil Sears, I tell the truth. I've not spoken to Neil Sears since last Thursday. He wouldn't tell me when the story I have him was coming put. The article was taken put in his hands because he wrote an article with a woman I don't know. I've since spoken to people suing the Daily Fail, who have all had the same experience with Sears. Well, Sears, I'll give you a mention on TV next week as being less than impressive intellectually. How's that? Now I have got to go and meet people. I just happened to see the Mail and Sun nonsense quite by accident while reading what someone else wrote. It's a pile of nonsense. Neil Sears is, in my opinion, an alcoholic. He didn't know what the story he was supposed to be writing. The Sun journalist is catching up 25 years late. Neil pretends he can read and write. He can't. The Sun guy is very intellectually limited. This doesn't even make good copy because the story of Laura Walker was out there years ago. The story is Gad's play. Alright, so here we are nearly 4 hours later. Can you believe it? Fiona nearly went 4 hours without writing a Facebook post. Now I'm just back home. I went out for a meal with friends and I had another essential thing to do that was very urgent and should have been done a week ago. All my really good pals have suffered over the baby reindeer media circus and we are now suing people. Okay, so I guess all of Fiona's friends are also suing Netflix, which essentially just means Netflix only has one lawsuit to deal with because Fiona doesn't actually have any friends to sue. I have already turned down one TV appearance last week. I am, however, appearing on a better TV show next week to tell the real story of baby reindeer. I tell the truth, Gad doesn't. I hope you will tune in. I also have other publicity things in store for you next week suggested by a good friend. All I can say at this point is Gad did not write that show himself, particularly the jokes. Neil Sears, you should have your letter from my lawyer already. I would no doubt comment on the odd article if it's defamatory of me. I won't be looking at them till Sunday night. I'm very busy with my fiance till then. Oh yeah, what's his name, Fiona? We're still waiting to see him. He's a litigator and that's all you get to know. Where is he, Fiona? Who is this boyfriend slash fiance of yours? 4 months later and we're still waiting for an appearance. He's not G like Gad. Someone was asking who he was. Yeah, we're all asking who he was. It's just so funny that he hasn't come out publicly to defend you one time since all of this started. Gad is G and has made too much money out of me already. New rules, no one especially in England gets to take the piss out of me anymore. She's got a new attitude, yeah, new attitude. Gad would never have got to go out with me. I don't like sick twists. Whether he was genuine or taking the piss egged on by his G mates, we'll never know because it suits him to portray me as Martha. He's made lots of dough out of it. My friends are really angry with Gad and his media circus in the Daily Fail. Okay, Fiona, just name one. Just one friend. I've got piles and piles on things not done because of this 2-week circus, so with the publicist who keeps phoning me talking abuse, please let me know who exactly she worked for. We have traced her to the sun. She's got 24 hours or I publish her mobile online. If any journalists or anyone else even raises their voice to me, they'll get police at their door. I'm not suffering fools anymore. I'm deadly serious about this. I'm not putting up with it. In England particularly, people mistake softness for daftness, kindness for daftness. I'm not bloody daft. I'll be exposing Richard Gad, and as for Fat Jessica, well, let's just say I have information maybe Lorraine Kelly is lapping it up. Maybe Lorraine Kelly is lapping it up, no one else is. I will let you know when the program airs. I think there will be several. I've got too much to say. I think you'll enjoy it. Anyway, I'm far better looking and more interesting than Gad. Folk from Dundee are usually boring smackhead-s. I was also advised by good lawyers and good journalists not to deal with Neil Sears. They told me he was a B. I stopped dealing with him. They similarly advised me not to deal with the Sun. I have all the recordings and threats from these two reporters. Lawyers have advised to do these TV shows. I think people would be better employed looking at all the trouble Gad has been in and his criminality. I would dearly love to clean up this cesspit of wolves in the media. No one else has really tried properly. I didn't really enjoy that meal. The restaurant was too hot. People down here ate neurotic about windows being left open. It was 40°S in that restaurant. Ow, 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 my foot's sore. I need those 2 operations on it. Damn sore. Where the hell do you get baby reindeer-s this time of year? My friend is joking he wants one. I don't have any, and I'm not asking Gad and Fat Martha. We are hardly on speaking terms, LOL. Baby reindeer are a Christmas thing, I'm telling him. It's being promoted with coffee now. It's pissing him off. Steve Adams won the Tories a seat in Frognall. Good. Camden Labour needs a kick up the ass. He's been trying to do it from the sidelines. Gould looks rough in the photos. Rough, rough, rough. There were also 50 missed calls on private numbers last week. I've counted them up. That was the Sun and Daily Mail before they got hold of me. It was not any other newspaper. They hunted me down like a dog. Totally unacceptable, and they twist stories and write crap for days after. I've checked with businesses, etc. They weren't the missed calls. I've itemized everything. I've not spoken to Neil Sears since last Wednesday. He asked for ludicrous info. He was told to F off in response to his swearing. He was still phoning me on Thursday and Friday. I asked him on Friday what he'd written. He ignored me on Saturday. He texted at 10, the article's done. The article was all Gad Pulley City and an attack on me. He's about as ignorant as that Sarah Vine and as bitchy. Next we'll get stupid Sarah Vine attacking. Sears and Vine are like peas in a pod, nasty wee non-entities. Fleet Street is criminal with its nonsense. All the Y ever do is backbite. So at 4, he sent me the Sun article which named me. That was to distress me on Saturday. Then he sent me his own. I'll call police if he or Vine or anyone from the Daily Mail come near me. We are now suing the Mail. So I have not harassed Neil Sears in any way, and I don't like his comments about the Scots. I don't like comments like, don't deal with those Scottish CNT journalists. It's Neil Sears who has been to CNT and the SUNG guy spurned on by his English paymasters. No wonder England is a mess. He started the racist gives. His hatred is visceral. High-S little England mentality pathetic. It's do everything I say or I'll turn on you. That's the Mail. All their journalists do it. It was all this say you were in relationships with Gad. Well, I wasn't. I don't know the relationship and history of Gad and the Daily Fail, but they've been beyond nasty to me with their nasty, vicious mentality. They hate the Scots. Most of their reporters are beyond thick. He marched in here just about ruining my reconstituted wood table with his coffee. He's a total B. He had no respect for me, my property, my diabetic welfare that day. I got to eat when he said so. No wonder I told him to F off, and that Sarah Vine, more about her tomorrow. I've heard so much more about Daily Mail journos. From the get-go, Neil Sears says he hated Gad. I've never seen such visceral hatred. It's an English thing. We don't get it in Scotland, and the sooner the two countries split, the better. He wanted Gad done right over. Gad's been a right wee bee, but I can't make up lies. Neil Sears wanted me to lie. I'm not doing it. He can all he wants, but I won't. The article he wrote was also not in proper English and grammatically incorrect. Well, we all know Fiona hates to be grammatically incorrect. She is such a stickler for grammar. The article he wrote was also not in proper English and grammatically incorrect. He also said he and only he would write the article. No, they brought in some woman I have never heard of. He's just a nasty, petty little man. No newspaper can defend that behavior. He was warned to stay away from me. And why is he writing this now? 'Cause I won't talk to him. He's got to make things up. Roll on, Scottish independence. If I had been some inkish twit soaking up to Neil and lying, the treatment would have been different. You just got to look at the state of the lawyers acting for the Mail. Lies, lures, lies. No one trusts them. Well, he's not ruining another weekend. I have places to be tomorrow. Inkish lies wear me put. I'm not listening to it. He did not write a word of what we discussed. He was left very few messages. He kept pestering me for more info. He's also pestered another barrister who threatened him with legals. It's Tylical Daily Fail. I've never been a fan. As I say, I'll read his full thing on Sunday. The likes of Neil Sears want me being upset reading this crap all day long. Sorry, not playing, Neil. The Mail always attack on Fridays, Sundays. Then they get drunk all weekend. I've heard. This will be the last time Neil Sears doorstops anyone. Neil Sears also got hold of my home number. The new internet providers had not made it X directory the withheld button. Hadn't worked. We be now changed that number because of Neil Sears and may move house. He phoned me on that number as I was talking to the Daily Record in Scotland. John Dingwall of the Daily Record is softly spoken, highly educated, and been a journalist since 1980. His manners are impeccable. He's a lovely guy. I will not have Neil Sears saying, screaming, "Get off the phone to that Scottish bee, you've talked to him long enough." Neil Sears thought he owned me. John gets things is one take, he's bright. With Neil Sears, you really are dealing with the great brain dead. It's the same questions over and over designed to make you crack. Neil had been told I was meeting with VIPs Thursday. Then he said, "That's not the time you said." No, I'm not answerable to Sears. He's not my FG employer. He does not pay me. I said I'm running late. Get that Daily Record B off the phone. No, Neil. Sadly, he was taped by me saying this. What a bloody liberty to phone me up on the home phone. 5 Raymond buildings act for the mail, usually badly. Most of them just have the CPE and are underqualified. Their participation in Levison resulted in sexual scandals and incompetence. Shillings also make a hash of cases here, so do Doughty Street. That's why journalists get to behave like that in England. Incompetent barristers allow it. That's why the Johnny Depp litigation was such a mess. Well, out of town tomorrow again, so I'll say goodnight. Alright, well, that was at 8:03. Okay, so 12 minutes later at 8:15, she writes, Neil Sears doesn't know what diabetic means and doesn't know it's a disability. Too thick. It's right up there in the Equality Act with cancer and epilepsy. LE, you don't need to prove it like mental health conditions, for example. I said I need to break for proper food now. No, said he. More on his reaction to my diabetes later. No wonder he got told to F off. I was at the end of my tether with him. England needs to be educated regarding diabetes. I'll do it Sunday, Monday. English education in schools and unis is so bad. So bad. Oh, but Neil Sears knows everything, doesn't he? Silly me. I'm the one with all the qualifications. He's got nothing. That's why he's like this. Highly educated Scots should not move to a banana republic like England. Gad also made fun of my diabetes. So did Joe Boss, the alcoholic, permanently stoned manager at the Holly Arms. Other members of staff didn't. Particularly James Cox and Ronnie didn't. Nice folk. Sorry, that should have read Craig Seymour, the permanently stoned Aussie manager of the Holly Arms. I said, look, Richard, you can't say that word ever. It's not acceptable. What did he do? He said it more and more. And remember, I was a paying customer. It was dreadful. How can that be funny? It's just obscene. Take note, Netflix. The chef at the Holly Arms thought he was a user. Mark is a very, very nice guy. He was sacked probably because he's a nice guy. He and James 20 times better looking than Gad. They got all the gurks. They are not gay, of course. Ronnie's staff member told Gad to calm down often. He was so hypermanic. I witnessed one occasion got told others. He was like an autistic child running around the nursery, out of control at work. It was painful to watch. I really don't think Netflix realized what they got themselves into. They have not done their research. Gad's sister is a nurse. I've been hearing Todsy of some of her scenes with patients. She's put of control like him, apparently. I think Neil Sears always intended to do me over, so I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised that people like that make up nonsense. I'm not surprised they set people up. They all have an agenda. It's been going on years. You never know what they'll make up next. The more fantastic, the better in their books. When Neil Sears referred to me as being strange last weekend, I knew we were in for trouble. That was Saturday's article. He never once said that to my face. That's Fleet Street for you, knives in the back. Neil Sears is good at telling lies and making people upset. Brown shoes, blue trousers, mess. Trying to give up, smoking. He's like irritable bowel. X. These were just 2 tests because the account seemed not to be working last night. I don't believe a word Gad says about anything. I'm not reading a word more about baby reindeer at all. It's upsetting me. Gad is a psychotic nightmare. He'll say anything to make money. I've got medical equipment to return today to a clinic miles away. I wasn't going to say anything, but I got wired up to a 24-hour ECG yesterday. I need to return that. Doctors are worried if Gad the psycho the psycho carries on like this, I, as a diabetic, will have a stroke or a heart attack or both. It has caused heart palpitations, high blood pressure, and high sugars. Gad's trying to kill me. Gad has always wanted me silenced. He wants me dead. He wants me dead so he can trade on this Martha Stalker thing. As for Netflix, they owe a duty of care. They shouldn't be persecuting someone like this. My friends and I have never seen anything like this. Gad is an input B. D. This Facebook stopped working last night. It's the only voice I have just night. I thought, has Gad reported me to Facebook? I actually now think it may have been a blip with the account. Who knows? We are all trying now to get me publicists. He's got agents, publicists, etc. They are all BS too. His agent used to be the bitchiest in London. Don't know if it's still her. A very manipulative J-woman, Gabby someone. I just can't read all this crap. It's soul destroying. What if I never work again? Oh no. With all of your string of successful jobs, there's no way no one would want to hire you, Fiona. I'm off for an operation. I'm off for an operation just now. People have been very, very understanding, and I'm still doing that show next week, and I'll expose the BD. I woke up on the hour every night, all night long last night with cramp in my legs and feet. I've never had that so bad before. It was so painful. Maybe he has had threats from people to dump him in a canal, but not from me. He's totally psychotic. People hate him. I just thought he was a mentally ill, ugly wee misogynist nuisance from Dundee. Oh no, he's much worse. He's a killer, making lots of money out of my misery, and I've done nothing. I only asked him 10 years ago not to tell everyone in Camden and Loveyland about the MP's wife stalker's article. He'd told everyone then. I now know that. The article is totally untrue. Was designed to not get me a Westminster seat. People hate him now. That family of his are so dysfunctional in Dundee too. I hope his mother is very proud. She's a hack F-wit too, from what I'm told. I've been logged out for 7 hours at a time, been resting and sleeping. Just wanted to say John Dingwall of the Daily Record has written 2 excellent articles with my consent today. He's actually a music journalist and thoroughly nice guy. 2 bits not correct, no. There is no police caution and Laura Walker has no interim injunction. We both tried getting them via each other. I went to the High Court for countrywide ones, Scotland and England, but she messed up hers. There was not even a hearing. She used the article she wrote in the Sunday Mail as evidence because she had no evidence. That's really twisted. A lawyer remarked on that at the time. She failed to minute for decree in absence, so there isn't even an interim injunction. She also admits in today's Record article I've been nowhere near her. Gad wants me silenced. So did she. The truth will come put, guys, particularly when I do the TV interview next week. Oh yeah, there was a lot of truth shed on the Piers Morgan interview she did. Wow, thanks Fiona for the excellent use of paragraphs. Okay, so I don't even know if I'm going to be able to read this, but I'll try. I was just exhausted today having to rebut Neil Sears on here. I'm not reading anything balloons like him right again. It's exhausting pulling lies apart. Exhausting. I did want to say though, I'm not the story here. It's not my life that should be pulled apart. Gad's lies should. This has been billed as a real life show. It's not. Jessica, the Martha actress, was approached for comment. I'd like to know how much money she's making out of this, B, because I've not been paid a penny for being abused and having my life torn apart in the interest of balance. John had to do that. You will also note the comments that lawyer has made about any case v. Netflix. I can't talk about the grounds of action v. Richard Gadd and Netflix. I'm not impressed with any actress who colluded with them. I also think it's inaccurate to say, oh, it wasn't supposed to end up like this. He wrote the play 5 years ago, and it was an obsession with me, something to make me feel bad for whatever reason. That's why he's known as the psycho Richard Gadd. We all live in fear. P.F. What hell say and do next? Oh no, look out, it's the psycho Richard Gadd. His Candom in Muswell Hill Shrinks clearly can't do a thing with him. Shrinks and Candom have a horrific reputation. I think they may have made him worse. I think hell I be on a combination of drugs that don't agree with him. Now I'll make postings longer, but all the one post. I'd not bed doing that because they kept scrubbing, but I kept getting logged out now with too many weak posts. I hope that explains matters, and I hope you enjoy the interview next week. Okay, I may get pulled apart by psycho Richard Gadd and his publicist and agent, but I don't think good people will. They have to keep pretending this is a true story. So do Netflix, because it's their ill-gotten gains. It's the money, honey. Money is their god. Only 2 bits are true. He was a jobbing, unemployed barman in the Halley Arms. Okay, how is he an unemployed barman? If he's a barman at the Halley Arms, then obviously he is, in fact, employed. He butted into a conversation with James in that bar and met me. Other staff were very nice to me. Jimmy was odd, but then he did nick 10 grand from the owner. It was a handy place for lunch when I sprained my leg. Accident-prone Fiona. It would have been more accurate if Martha had had a limp. I couldn't walk well for 2 years. Someone held open door for me in Camden. I slipped on slippy stuff they cleaned the roads with. In Camden, 3 slipped discs and a sprained leg. Couldn't walk for 6 weeks. Needed a place to eat on the flat with toilets upstairs. Not many Camden cafes like that or pubs. I liked the jukebox there. Sadly, I met the psycho Richard Gadd. It's a bit like people who are murdered bet they wish they hadn't gone into that gin joint at that time or gone to place X and Y time. Never are mind karma, the tide is turning v. psycho Richard Gadd. Now the press want to reveal his alleged abuser if indeed such a person exists. Why has his life not been turned upside down, or does he not exit? Throw a woman to the wolves but protect the GR. That doesn't sit right with me. So the press are going to disclose this R, I think, that made Richard's mental illness worse, but it was already pre-existing. Have a good night, everyone. I need someone to cook my dinner, hint hint, she says loudly. I've not been R'd like Gadd. That must be terrible. But Laura Walker, my first stalker, should never in a million years have written that article to deprive me of a Westminster seat. You either get very good people or very bad. I didn't know it was still on Google. My 2 stalkers know the games they are playing. They are being caught out. Normal, decent folk don't believe them. If Netflix believed Richard Gadd on anything now, I'd be amazed. I don't know much about Netflix, but they are hardly ethical role models here. A celebrity hairdresser is doing my hair next week. He's a good pal. He asked me for a baby reindeer for the VIP room. I said I'll ask my pal Santa at Xmas. He keeps all the reindeer. I don't have any, LOL. You've got to laugh or cry, X. Still quite cold for May outside. We were talking about this, a few of us tonight. Nice happy folk don't tear others down. Folk like Richard Gadd, Laura Walker, and Neil Sears want other S to be as miserable as them. It's totally messed up. I don't know Neil Sears' backstory, but folk have told me bits about my 2 stalkers. They have no friends now. I understand if people have been R'd, etc. Of course, they feel paranoid, untrusting, etc. But to make everyone else's life hell points to psychological flaws. Yes, Fiona, we agree. That is why we're calling you out. Life is very short, and I think this is unhappy, twisted folk wanting to make me suffer. What were my crimes? I stood up to people and went for a Westminster seat on a feminist platform. I stood up versus domestic violence. Richard Gadd confided things to me. He didn't tell me about the R, but other things I won't reveal. Then I told him not to use the stalker thing he's Googled. He then said, "You going to injunct me?" I said no, he was just young at the time, but I wanted him to stop spreading it about Camden and G Theaterland. He told me to F off, mind my own businesses, and we didn't speak again. Now this, 10 years later. If people are happy and well adjusted, as all my close pals are, they don't drag folk down. And I've got pals who have had really hard lives, some of them. That's what's so negative about these people. They get their kicks being nasty. I don't. And Camden is where nasty folk thrive. It's a hell of a rotten burr with the drinking drugs. I hated it. I don't think Richard Gadd ever lived in Camden, but I'm not sure. I did think he lived in Muswell Hill. Because of his birthday years ago, he published his Muswell Hill address on Twitter. A journalist has told me. He's never been to my home, nor I to his, but if you shun stalkers, why publish your home address? My home, though, has been ex-directory since I was 20 and first had a landline. I don't tell folk where I live apart from close pals, but these pubs in Camden are a hive of gossip. They all talk about each other and backbite. It's a horrid burst. That's why Amy Winehouse died. It's the lack of education. Richard Gadd is not highly educated or sensible. I am. I also don't take drink or drugs. One alcoholic drink and I'm asleep with a hangover for days. I can't tolerate it. So I think they can't think straight for 2 minutes and they are at their hopeless shrinks most days. They can't cope. This is like a play written by Mad Camden Shrink. They tell their patients to do this kind of thing. I know a woman very mentally ill and Camden, her shrink has her on all the wrong medication. Her shrink tells her to write books. She's not capable of writing books. This is a Camden thing. Their shrinks make them worse. Richard Gadd said that on Sophie Hagen podcast. He had been diagnosed with everything. How can you be diagnosed with everything? The NHS is really failing these folk. The woman I know, oh God, what a mess they have her in. She can't think for herself. She doses odd jobs for a friend of mine. But there are so many folk Camden failed. I like the architecture, etc., but what a badly run burr. My gran was from London. She's turning in her grave at the state of it now. So are 500 years of my English ancestors, all from Bethnal Green. But I'd say Camden is the worst burr for attacks like this. Camden breaks people. It won't break me. I wonder if the general public know how much it costs to sue newspapers, etc. You generally need a caution, i.e. insurance to cover if you lose. You need to pay other lawyers to account up front. You are dragged through the media for years. I can do legal work myself, but who wants to represent themselves? Realistically, no one. You have big difficulty being dispassionate, and I can't be in loads of courts all at once. Richard Gadd has an agent who is a nightmare allegedly, and I think she and his team have been pushing for all this publicity for years. They don't care who they harm. Litigation is costly slow because of the pandemic backlog. There is still a 3-year backlog in most courts. I know folk who have been suing the Daily Fail for years. You need very deep pockets. No one has that money put aside. I don't know anyone who does. Okay, Johnny Depp did, but he's loaded. Yeah, except Fiona, you don't actually know Johnny Depp. You just know of Johnny Depp. It still went wrong in England. Doughty Street are vicious and nasty. Having said that, there is a cast iron case v. Richard Gadd and Netflix. We all think that. We'll see what happens. Of course it would help if I had that HS2 money through. HS2 went right through my old property. Starmer and Camden Council lied to me about the money. That's made a lot of us skint when we shouldn't be. We were lied to. The Daily Fail doesn't like skint people ridiculed. Skint people vile animals they are. People get skint cause Auth RS ripped them off Starner lies and Camden Council lies. What can you do when folk like that lie consistently? Just wait for the money. I don't think folks should be ridiculed if they are skint at any point, but then I'm not an illiterate Daily Fail reporter. Night night, don't let the bugs bite. Oh god, now I'm in the Wide Awake Club eating toast, my favorite. This is what you get when you catnap weekends. Talking of Johnny Depp, he spent thousands. I never ever thought he was a wife beater. I think Amber Heard was like Richard Gadd, a right Wii user. But even though Johnny won in America, you'll get trolls out there or Dowdy Street who will still say he did it. In my opinion, he didn't. The courts don't give Justice LL the time. The newspapers are fickle as hell. We've got folk like Richard Gadd crying wolf all the time. Johnny was and is a major Hollywood star. Who stood by him? Schillings did and close pals, and everyone else abused him. No wonder he wanted to live for a bit in the country and paint. Who wouldn't? It doesn't matter how much money you have with all this kind of stuff, you still get trashed. Instead of just being a domestic row, she wanted him out of Hollywood. But if he'd said that, he would have just been branded a wife beater again. You are damned if you do, damned if you don't with the fickle UK press. The Daily Fail are the worst. The whole system needs changed drastically, ASAP. Just to let you know, I won't be commenting on anything to do with Baby Reindeer the show until after I have Don E this TV appearance next week. I've still got a lot to say, obviously. It is an exclusive. Commenting on here is time consuming. I have a great many other things to do and am running behind due to this Baby Reindeer circus. I've not made a penny from it. I've been abused terribly and intimidated. I hope you'll tune in T.O. The Real Story on TV. Thank you for your patience. I was asked to do it last week, but was extremely tired because of all the intimidation. People can't take that and it makes diabetics knackered. London is an intimidating town now. Hopefully we can make it substantially better. Thanks, Fiona. Also, the TV show came to me. I did not go to it begging to be on TV like others do. I wanted to make that clear. Been wading through boxes connected to my recent house move. There were over 200 boxes. 30 still appear to be missing. That's shocking. I did not hire the contractors. Marmalade all over everything. Essential clothes missing. I have never seen such chaos. These contractors mess up everything. I've been looking through 10 clothes boxes in this living room. Essential coats are missing. I'll be checking the jewelry box now. I found it, but it's been opened as something else has been put in there. Oh great, a third party paid for the move, but there's 10 grand's worth of damage already, and that's not including the handmade bed. The bed base and carpets and curtain rails are still in the old place, so that's 3 weeks of chaos. I've never seen a move go so badly wrong. My friend has been a conveyancer 30 years solid. She's never seen anything like it either. Today I've discovered lampshades all bust up. I know roughly what was in my boxes. It's the boxes I packed at the last minute they seem to have lost, and it had to be last minute due to errors their end. They arrived an hour late, spent 3 hours skiving them, put all the wrong stuff in the storage cupboard. They put a whacking great indoor tumble dryer in the wrong place in the kitchen. We can't move that easily. Not where do you want things, Fiona? It was shut up or we are not completing the job. It's so funny that whenever Fiona does any kind of business, the businesses are always so unprofessional with her. It never fails. Now I'm finding put a whole load of folk who have been ripped off by this company paid for by the same contractor. I'd never have hired them in a million years. I'm just waiting to see if all my white goods go okay to blink. I think they damaged things deliberately, huge chunks out of desks, etc. One guy did the lifting for an hour. The other 3 skivved. They even maintained nothing was left at the old place, just all the carpets, rugs, ND a bed they broke. EN. SH, so-called workmen are the pits. They won't help a woman out. I don't go put with ink. H men because they won't lift, carry, or help a woman. That's been my experience. Do I have to add I've never seen anything like this before? The last guys who moved me were Portuguese. Fine, helpful, not like this. I think certain Ing H men really need to up their game. Huge attitude problems. Not them all, but lots of them. They just hate women. Like the man on Scooter grocery shopping today. Big wide aisles. I had a trolley. He had a bloody great scooter. That shop banned scooters. Anyway, he was ages looking at the cakes. Excuse me, can I get past? Says I, big loud voice. Wouldn't move. Fixated on the cakes, and believe me, the last thing he needed was a cake. Excuse me, says I again. Did you have to shove that trolley up my FG behind? I did not. It didn't even skife him. This is how men treat women in shops in London, and they wonder why no one will go out with them. Right back to my boxes to see what's missing. A thankless task. I mean, could they not have put up a few bloody lampshades to save me balancing on a ladder with a bad ankle? No, that would be manners, wouldn't it? Gad would be would be glad to know there is someone to hang the curtains in case some wag starts that up again, LOL. These removal guys were even moaning about my coat hangers. How can you have an aversion to coat hangers? FFS. This is right-ish my mind because I can't find them. They are not in the clothes boxes. London is getting weird with the amount of crazies in it. It's bad. Never seen it this bad. It's not just the cost of living crisis and the wars. Some folk have gone right off their heads. It's worrying. These local election results are a disaster for the Tories. I've seen bits and bobs. They need to do something because Starmer's lot couldn't run a piss up in a brewery. God help us if they get in. Just God help us. Gonna check how much Sadiq Khan won by on postal vote fraud this time. It's pretty bleak seeing Starmer gloating. I see Khan won by about 276,000 votes, and West Streeting was accusing Susan Hall of being an Islamophobe again. That's blatantly untrue. The Labour Party operates such gutter politics all the time. I feel sorry for her. She did her best and would have improved London. Instead, we'll have the same old Labour Party nonsense for years and years. It saddens me. London could be good, but the Labour Party have massed it a bloody dive. The thing is, Sadiq Khan has a hell of a large financial budget, but so much money is being wasted and policing is a gigantic mess. He's just not up to it. It's deeply worrying. How could you spend the bank holiday? Reading those excellent articles by John Dingwall of the Daily Record on me being persecuted by the GAD team. And me being dragged into this circus. I'll be out of town, but enjoy. He's the only journalist that's spoken any sense so far. Thanks, John. Those Daily Record articles came out on Saturday yesterday. It's Scotland's biggest selling newspaper. Or on the bank holiday, you could do relentless DIY and injure yourselves. That's a common hobby in England. Or row in the streets, that's also a common hobby. When I first moved to London, I took a long walk first bank holiday here. It should be moved back to Scotland. Then it was very pleasant till I took a seat and this couple were rowing because he'd bought the wrong packet of ham from a shop. I really did think, OMG, what kind of place have I moved into? Nice bank holiday WW3 on the next bench. Or you could buy fish and chips wrapped up in tabloid rag, the Daily Fail paper. Allow me that one, Nighty. And just in case you didn't know, none goes to Camden anymore. The Monarch has shut. The market is for sale and has been crap for 12 years anyway. No one wants to buy it. It's some fried chicken shops, a load of drugs and crime. Professionals have been desperate to get put of Camden for years. The clubbers youngsters go to Shoreditch and Hackney. The music scene in Camden is now pretty much non-existent. The council is crazy, the business rates are crazy. The streets have all been dug up for histo and other roadworks. It's a shambles, all major rock stars have moved out. It's frankly a mess. I'm really tired this morning and feel very sick. I had to get up at 7 to make up for lost time on this flat move, etc. And I have to be up at the crack of dawn tomorrow. This, this is all Richard Gadd's fault. I've had to alter the timetable and everything. These van removal guys caused chaos too. I'm sick to the back teeth of having to work everyone else's agenda in this town and losing money hand over fist. Richard Gadd causes chaos in people's lives. I'm not the only one he has done this to. His main character syndrome is overwhelming. He doesn't care if anyone else is physically sick or how much chaos he causes. I haven't seen him in years. Indy told him to leave me alone. Everyone then felt sorry for him because of this R allegation and wished him luck with the show. That tweet was traced by internet trolls. How the hell do people have time to go through other people's tweets from years ago for hours? That's a sickness in itself, isn't it? He would be better employed exposing this male R, if he even exists, and sorting out his extreme psychiatric problems so the rest of us don't have to be up at 7 on a bank holiday to sort out his problems. That last sentence should have read the problems he causes. If he didn't want me to be identified, why did he tell people he knew me and was obsessed by me? There is evidence he did this. Also, why make Martha a Scot with dark hair who is a lawyer? Loads of Scots don't come to London anymore, mainly because of psychos like Richard Gadd, I have to add. He would never have got away with all this nonsense in Scotland. Not in a million years. Why did he not make Martha the character, say, an American with blonde hair who was a hairdresser? Because he likes persecuting people, that's why. He's a sadist. Or maybe, Fiona, just maybe, if you had not stalked him in the first place, he wouldn't have made a show about you. But no, let's not take any accountability. If Richard Gadd had not attacked me so mercilessly, I would have been having a relaxing bank holiday. So all the trolls might like to have a think about that as they are relaxing, and I have a million things to do today. I think that alleged R happened long before I met him. I don't think he was psychiatrically sane before that, but that would make him worse. Someone also said to me last night, he said online somewhere he'd had COVID twice. He's obviously totally round the bend now, and I don't know what drink or drugs he's been taking too. The only thing I saw 5 years ago was the Sophie Hagen podcast with him. He said he was an addict. Addicted to what drug? I don't know. Besides addicted to making people's life hell. Yeah, and where are all the testimonies from people testifying how Richard Gadd made their life a living hell? We don't see testimonies like that from many other people. But the funny thing is, we do have a slew of testimonies from people who you have made their life a living hell. But let's just sweep that under the rug. And as for Netflix standing by watching someone like me being persecuted, well, it's all about the money for them, eh? It's scandalous. The other thing a few of us were saying last night was Richard Gadd has never had a job. Okay, he's never had a job, but he works at the Halley Arms. Okay, make that make sense. He only worked 1 day or two. Okay, you just said he's never had a job, but on the next sentence you say he only worked 1 day. He only worked 1 day or two some weeks in the Halley Arms, working on the side and claiming benefit. He lived off his parents, as so many youngsters do sometimes, but a lot do work. He didn't. He's 34 now and has never had a proper job. He's not trained to do anything. Yeah, except write screenplays and get $1 million from Netflix. So I have a feeling when he first wrote this play, the character of Martha was a bar stool he talked to. I recall reading that 5 years ago when again it was all over BBC breaking news. A bar stool, that's weird. So did that not make the psychopath enough money, eh? So he makes up this character who is outlandish and weird and tells folk it's me. That's a horror movie. Even folk who don't know me well. Recent acquaintances. If I've confided in them about this, that's the first thing they say. That's what anyone over 45 thinks. Or did his R, if he exists, come from the Halley Arms and pester him there? I don't know any woman who's ever been accused of sexually assaulting a man in a canal, presumably the one in Camden. That's in a Netflix drama, I'm told. I don't know if in the original show, I've seen neither. He seems to be expanding and adding on bits to make more money all the time. It's all about the money, honey. He goes to the press with the same old story all the time. Do Netflix increase his paycheck for this? I don't know. The more streams it gets, the more money he makes. I don't know. Well, thank you, Netflix, for taking Richard Gadd off the unemployment benefit queue for a change, but you've made my life hell. I could understand it more if I'd done any of the things Martha did, but sorry, folks, the fact is, I didn't. I feel sick because of the stress, no doubty. Diabetics cut in also feel very sick in the mornings, but my sugars aren't bad this morning. Davey been sky high for 2 weeks because of this. Oh, you can bet your backside when he writes the sequel, Martha will be a diabetic. Or someone really suggested on here I write Martha the real story as the sequel. He said somewhere recently in the past 2 weeks, oh, I made the character so outlandish or something like that, I thought she wouldn't recognize herself. What a fraud he is. He told loads of folk he hated me, was obsessed by me, felt jilted by me, and was going to persecute me. Deep down, I've known this for 5 years when he wrote the original play, but it's forgotten he wrote it. I just saw it on BBC Breaking News 5 years ago. He has never been part of my life. I just thought he was a wee weirdo after he was so rude to me in the Holly Arms. I thought no more about it. I never in a million years expected this. When I saw in The Guardian Richard Gadd said he had been AR'd, a few of us discussed this. I initially said how sad. This explains how weird he was and how angry and confrontational all the time. It was other folks said to me we don't believe him. I genuinely don't know. If someone says I've been AR'd, I generally believe them, unless the facts are so outlandish. This Guardian article seems to appear to promote a show he'd written about the R. I think he wrote two, he said, inspired by the R, or a better phrase might be the R was the catalyst for these shows. R generally doesn't inspire folk unless they are the R, if you see what I mean. Mind you, I wouldn't put anything past Richard Gadd. We think we've seen it all, then he gets worse. None of the guys I spoke to thought Herb been AR'd. I was shocked by their responses, actually. I spoke to friends and others because I was interested in whether or not they thought he was telling the truth. To a man, they all said he was lying. The woman I spoke to thought he was a weird guy. How do you know him, they said. Holly Arms, I said. Oh God, not that dump. Stay away from him. He's bad news. I said, look, I've not seen him in years, but he was bloody nasty to me. Don't worry. I won't be speaking to him again. So funny, there hasn't been one single testimony from a friend or acquaintance of yours confirming any of these details that you've been rambling on about aimlessly for the last 6 months. I've been sitting here drinking Earl Grey tea trying to wake myself up and feel less sick. I'll need to put everything back for 4 hours today. I'll probably feel a bit better by lunchtime. So more folkate get inconvenienced the other end. It's not good. Finally, I spoke to this G law lecturer in London. Who knows the G scene, Soho parties and all that? I'm not saying he goes to them, but I don't know about this scene. I was talking to him anyway, so I said, if welcome, your views on this. He was a word tyrant to me in the Holly Arms, obsessed by me. He said, look, we've got no evidence either way this alleged R happened. I said, would he have been on drugs at a mad party? Possibly, he said, or just really very drunk. He did have an extreme drink problem. The law lecturer was very helpful. I didn't tell the law lecturer he's Googled up this Laura Walker crap and was spreading it round the place. So why is he protecting this alleged R? Is this alleged? R gonna say it didn't happen? There was stuff online about it more publicly for Gadd. I only read the first paragraph something about everyone knows who it is, IJ Theater Loveyland. Well, Theater Loveyland is a shambles anyway. I'm not part of that world. In any other workplace, though, people would come forward and report it like normal human beings. Actors and actresses have their own agendas, though, don't they? It's all very twisted, and as long as they are making money on the backs of others, they don't care. I've never mixed in that world had it's not honest. I see drag acts in Bournemouth don't like my latest comments. Oh, LOL. Maybe they are Gad fans. LOL. I'm off no cue. I'm done ruminating about psychos on a bank holiday. LOL. Statement from Fiona Harvey on the Piers Morgan Publicity and Show. The show will air on YouTube tonight at 8 p.m. I hope you enjoy it. Piers and I have done our best despite the Daily Record in Scotland hounding me and defaming me even more. More to Daily Record in the next posting. I've been hacked or logged out of Facebook since Monday morning. Facebook have given me no explanation, so I've not been able to post till now. Piers staff were very kind to me. John Holla, celebrity hairdresser, was very kind to me. The taxi driver to the studios was late through no fault of his own. There had been a bad accident down there. We arrived about 5:20, left 7:30 p.m. The interview is 50 minutes long and I hope you enjoy it. Piers staff have been incredibly nice to me. I wanted to thank Kieran in particular from the Piers Morgan Show. He has bent over backwards to help. Now to the dreaded Scottish Daily Record. Its sister paper, the Sunday Mail, launched an attack on me 25 years ago when I was going for a Westminster seat. One reporter, Lynn McPherson, hounded me then mercilessly one day. That same article was used by Richard Gadd in his show. Had that article not been done to me, Gadd would have had no show. John Dingwall of the Record got wind I was doing the show, slagged off Piers, slagged off the English media, didn't want me to do it. Glasgow is very parochial, so is its newspaper, and he plagued a PR person from the TV company and hounded John Hala because he wanted to publicize his show and get his exclusive before Piers did. That alone is a hell of a cheek to Piers, I think. Then he hounded me after the show. All I said off record was, and I taped it, and this was off record, was too much emphasis on emails I've not written. So he wrote an article last night defaming me and mentioned emails about 20 times. My best friend in America then said, hey, I've Googled up Piers' show. You look great. This looks interesting. I tried Googling it myself and up came all this nonsense by the Daily Record published word for word by other outlets. I just started being sick and didn't stop till this morning. I still feel very, very sick and I'm trying to rest today. Lawyers for the Daily Record have always been idiots. I have no police cautions or anything. I wanted people to know that. The Daily Record have been told this umpteen times. Still they publish this nonsense. I wrote out to the editor today. I said, when are you going to stop hounding me? When I'm dead? I haven't even seen mass murderers in the press receive this much hounding. None of my lawyer friends have. And it's all emanating from one newspaper chain, the Daily Record, Sunday Mail. John Dingwall wants to control everything. He fell out with the Sun and Daily Mail didn't want me speaking to them. So he pretended to be my friend for 2 weeks. Then when I said we are finally getting publicists in place, I'm doing nothing further unless I get paid. Got it? He wrote a load of defamatory untruths in last night's article. Sorry that last posting has disappeared about the Daily Record. I'll retype in a minute. It was about the fact Gadd's lawyers have threatened everyone who has approached me over a 2-week period. They've threatened the Daily Record, the Daily Mail, the Sun, Sky TV. We know the first 3 for a fact. I've heard it from the journalists themselves and other lawyers. Sky has not been confirmed, but I suspect Gadd's lawyers have threatened them. I will now not deal with any journalists until I have publicists in place. They have twisted and reused that original Sunday Mail article as infinitum. It has made me very physically sick. The flap move is way behind, so are other commitments. It's not on. The Daily Record and Sunday Mail are poison and evil on wheels. They've been told last night by my SECFA and lawyers we will be suing and calling police if they contact me again. As for all this John Dingwall pretending to be my friend, they all do that. It's nonsense. They just want to use and abuse me. The Daily Record only have Catholics like Jimmy Ray, deselected MP. If they've beaten R, their first wife, all the better. The Daily Record loved that. And if you're from Glasgow, they love that too. I'm not a man, I'm not a Catholic, and not from Glasgow. I'm also not the Labour Party. The Daily Record loved that. I'm a woman, not a Catholic, not from Glasgow, And I'm not beating or R-ing anyone. That doesn't suit the Daily Record. I'm also highly educated. That doesn't suit them either. I'm so disappointed in John Dingwall. I feel sick at the mention of his name. I've sent all the tapes to the regulators. I will only deal with anyone through a publicist from now on, and not the hoax one who keeps phoning me. I hope that explains matters. Well, I've just taken a look at my emails. John Dingwall has apologized. The entire article is very misleading. He agrees. I shall reflect on what he has said. He maintains he has been my friend all along. Time will tell when dealing with the media. One has no friends, clearly. This has made me physically very sick and has canceled a move today of furniture, inconveniencing me and a load of other people. I just want a normal life, and this media circus is not normal. It's off the Richter scale, as mad as Richard's Gad. I hope he's happy with himself, sunning himself with his wee boyfriend in IA. Yes, we've all heard. Journalists have told me. Gad is a horrid man. If the press were as obsessed about his alleged abuser as they are with harassing me, that abuser would have been named by now, and perhaps some of these idiot shrinks treating Gad, because that's not going very well, is it? Statement Piers Morgan's show. I'd also really like to thank Celine, the French makeup woman who was totally charming and did my makeup in about 12 minutes flat. What a star. God, she knows her craft. Regarding Piers Morgan's show, John Holla is a whiz kid. He's the best hairdresser in London, and his staff are wonderful, and he's got his very own fluffy toy now in the VIP room. All he wanted from me was my presence and a fluffy toy. He's a star of hair. Piers, myself, and his staff all tried our best with the show. We are all busy, but we tried our best. Some will love it, some will hate it. All I can say is I am not Martha the Stalker. I've had death threats and crank calls for 2 weeks now. I've had nasty, abusive reporters on my phone night and day working to their own agenda. It's been horrific. Last night I threw up. We've had this hoaxer publicist on at all hours. We have tried to cut to the chase in that interview. I'm not a stalker. I'm not an abuser. We have a show some folk are obsessed with due to the show's bizarre nature. We also have people obsessed with Gad's freaky psychotic state, maybe drug-induced or not. I am a normal person and had a normal life before this. Oh yeah, your life was really normal. I've seen mass murderers treated more humanely in the press, frankly. I would not deal with a journalist again unless with a publicist or agent. Incidentally, that's why Gad is able to feed so much guff to the media, and also his lawyers threaten everyone. I certainly don't intend behaving like that, and I'm not mentally ill like Gad, of course. Gad sets up scenarios so he can write nonsense about folk. No one sends anyone all these emails, etc. No one assaults people in canals and gets away with it. He's a homosexual yet is still pretending he's not. No one publicizes things as much as he does. He went everywhere publicizing this show, and in doing so made my life hell on earth. It was open season for every tabloid journalist. That's why we have attempted to show you the real thing. I was very tired by the time it got to the interview. I'd had a very long day. I've not been sleeping well, but we hope you like it. The tabloids and others are speculating before they have even seen the show. That's all wrong. The producers felt this was a good opportunity for me to tell my side of the story. I thought it would stop the death threats and stalkers. I have seen a very sick side to society this week. Gad fed me to the wolves. The show is based on fantasy and lies. He doesn't care about dragging me through the media. He's in LA with his boyfriend, press tell me. I think for a man to exploit a woman in this way is obscene. Fed to the press pack I was. Now I've been very physically sick and have the headache from hell. I need to take calls from a real publicist, not the hoax one. OMG, the hoax one is something else. She was singing songs yesterday down the phone. She'll be a drunken mate of Gad's. Well, folks, I hope you haven't missed me too much. I haven't been able to get on this account for 6 days because someone keeps having the account restricted. I think we can all guess who. Someone who doesn't want me to have a voice. Now we are putting together a legal team. We will be suing Mr. Gad and Netflix and anyone else we think appropriate. I will not be commenting on the legal cases. I'm sorry to my friends on here. I've not been in touch over DMs, but my other phone has been broken for 6 weeks. I'm not ignoring you, I just haven't had a chance to get it repaired. I hope you all enjoyed the Piers Morgan interview. I have in fact taken no payment for that yet. Lawyers are renegotiating a proper fee for my appearance. I was also never approached to appear in a bar in Coventry 2 nights ago. I think the Daily Record said this was an internet hoax. Today I was very hurt but not surprised by a couple of male journalists in their 30s who I had never heard of misquoting me in The Guardian and Independent with reference to the Piers Morgan show. The attacks were totally unwarranted and misogynistic. I've been very busy but came across them when trying to watch the Netflix CEO talking to Piers Morgan. I would just like to say the chief exec of Netflix, get your facts straight. I'm not a stalker. I'm not a convicted stalker and don't defame me anymore. And you defame me to a select C also, I believe. I would like to thank John Nicholson MP for holding that select C. We also found out the identity of the person phoning me up late at night pretending to be a publicist. She is the criminal client of a lawyer in Essex. It takes all sorts to make a world, but that was ridiculous. He's been told if she phones me again, tell her, well, phone police. Loads of people have been very understanding and kind. A few folk have been utter BS. This has now been going on 3 weeks and a day for me. It has been quite an experience in seeing the murky world of media, the real sleazy side, and of course people are phoning me up, telling me about the Baby Reindeer series. I've not seen it, but heard plenty about it. I don't watch lies like that on TV. Tell you something else, all I've done is mop up other people's mistakes all day in England. No one can do their job down here. It's not like Scotland. They all just row with each other all day, roll on Scottish independence. I've yet to meet anyone who can do their job in England. The bitchiness, pettiness, and incompetence is astounding. I've never seen another country in the world like England. That's why Gad was allowed to get away with that baby reindeer nonsense. His behavior would have been picked up instantly in Scotland with all the lies. That Holly Arms drug den, for example, you don't get dumps like that in Scotland. They'd be closed instantly by the local councils. What does Camden Council do? Turn a blind eye to all the drug dealing in there. The London hospitals are crap, doctors insane. The education system is non-existent. The so-called professions down here are nonsensical. I can't wait till I'm back in Scotland and back to civilization. The lies I have been told today are shocking, totally shocking. Why I'm still awake. I now no longer believe anything I'm told in England. Not that I ever did. It's the most dreadful society I have ever seen. I was in Boots 3 days ago. This Chinese man was on a mobile full volume. He kept shouting into a mobile, I think to a work colleague, they are Ing. Shh, they are Ing. Shh, don't trust them, don't trust them. I laugh, but really he's telling the truth. It's a nutcase society down here. Roll on, Scottish independence, and good night, X. Sorry I got friend requests there. I scrubbed them by mistake. I'm tired. Please resend. Going to sleep. Thanks. Another day on 2 hours sleep to face more incompetence in England. It's a misery. My life is a misery because of Richard Gad. The man is evil, so is Netflix for broadcasting this idiocy, frankly. Totally irresponsible. Right, everybody. I've been approached today by someone I know and trust saying the Daily Mail are reporting I'm doing a podcast with some guy. I'm not. I've never spoken into this guy. Not only that, I speak to Chris Dahl at 11, so I'm in a rush just now. I've been on the phone all morning, and no doubt I will be on the phone all day sorting out these lies. Piers Morgan's lot have also been intimidating me into taking the $250 for that appearance. They've not paid my hairdresser. Politicians want to shut down his stupid little public schoolboy show. I think they should. 10 million hits, world exclusive, and he has the cheek to offer me $250. Coming special delivery today. We will not take delivery. I would get the name for you of the guy I'm supposed to have in fact done that podcast with. I've done no podcast with anyone. I've been trying to rearrange an operation. I do so wish Piers Morgan would get a brain transplant. A brain transplant. I've had enough of these stupid wee boys like him in the press. The English media is totally out of control. The article is in Female today. She's just printed lies. There is no podcast. The state this English media is in is pathetic. Maybe they should concentrate on finding Gad's abuser if he exists, which many people doubt. And in that Daily Mail article, one social media user states Fiona Harvey is quite mad. A no-named social media user. This is simply drivel. We are suing Netflix for millions. We are assembling the legal team. Is that mad? I don't think so. Gad and his stalkers who intimidate me on here are mad. The head of Netflix is mad if he thinks this is a true story. I am not bloody mad. Anyone who says so will be sued, and I don't care what public school boys or girls school they went to. I hope that's clear even for the most stupid reporters. I've had people sending me press clippings of things I've not signed up to. People I've not spoken to, i.e. reporters. It's just harassment. The whole of London is a gossip shop about baby reindeer. They aren't watching it in Scotland or America so much. It's numpties who do humdrum jobs in England who are watching it. And do you know what the main theme coming across is? Everyone is saying this to me, how much the abuser in the show looks like Sean Foley. But Sean Foley has denied being the abuser here. Why is there no attempt to find the real abuser if he exists? I did believe Gad when he went to The Guardian years ago about the R. I don't now. Gad lies constantly. Press concentrate on the alleged abuser. Do your job for a change and stop printing nonsense about me. I will let you know of major developments on here. In the interim, do not believe anything nonsensical reporters write because I'm not cooperating with any until I'm paid appropriately. I've been ripped off enough. Thank you very much. The English media needs a good kick up the backside. At the moment, there are no standards at all. Gad is a nightmare, but this media machine in England has been worse. We are on the verge of appointing a publicist. In the interim, I will not be cooperating with any media inquiries. Gad stalked and intimidated me, but so have the English press. Non-entity, reporters trying to make a name for themselves through their ridicule and nastiness. We have logged the names and what they said. Surely they didn't all go to these ridiculous English private schools where they were abused by the masters, did they? I think they need to take a good look at themselves. A few words about the Piers Morgan interview. I was appalled by the questions. Piers Morgan cannot interview properly. He can bully and demean. I've not watched it back, but politicians are clearly keen to shut interviews like that down. I was on the receiving end of pure vitriol. What has Where I Went to School, for example, got to do with this nonsensical play, Baby Reindeer? Then on Friday, I was ridiculed by at least 3 male reporters in The Guardian and Independent, all in their 30s without qualifications. Just like me, Gad, I did that interview like a lawyer. I told the truth. I rebutted the lies. Piers Morgan had a different agenda. I don't know what exactly that agenda was in his deluded mind. I'm sure he doesn't know either. The same questions were asked over and over to try and break me down. Then all English journalists distort what I said. It's there on record what I said. You didn't even need to write stories the next day. Most newspapers printed a version of what I said. Then they added one nameless social media user says I'm mad. For God's sake, this is real gutter press. So no check has come today for 250. There is still time for special delivery to come, but I would not be accepting 250. His abuse was shocking. His staff then asked me if I would do a 3-day documentary with Piers. What's that supposed to be about? I make that man more money, and what do I get paid? All my close friends have qualifications. They are nice folk. What was I doing in a room with a man like that? The questions asked were not what had been read over to me in the room with the producer beforehand. In fact, none of those questions were asked. Then I heard Piers had been on Lorraine, etc., making more money at my expense. Politicians want his show shut down and for me to be paid appropriately. Well, here's the news. The head of Netflix has lied to the British Parliament, i.e. Westminster, saying I'm a convicted stalker. I'm nothing of the sort. He's lied to Parliament. He needs to be prosecuted. Now, someone in Parliament start prosecution proceedings versus the head of Netflix, please. And if there is someone sensible out there, and God, I hope there is, miracles do happen sometimes, cancel your Netflix subscriptions because Netflix will keep treating people like they are domestic violence victims. They keep on till they kill them. Cancel those subscriptions. Don't watch their nonsense. How is the Netflix CEO gonna squirm his way out of his lie to Parliament? A jail term will show up on a PNC, DBS report. It will state the offense. It will state the term of imprisonment and the dates. I'd love the CEO of Netflix to tell us all where I went to prison. Because it's a lie. I didn't. I've never ever been to prison or even had a conviction for stalking. He's a liar, pants on fire. My concern about this CEO of Netflix is he will escape scot-free. Politicians in the past were too slow, way too slow, to have Boris Johnson prosecuted for lying to Parliament. They didn't do a whole lot about Rupert Murdoch's son either. If you lie and call someone a convicted criminal in Parliament and they are not, you should face the sanctions Parliament has legislated for. I think it's 6 years in jail, but I would need to look it up. And frankly, that 10-ton Tessie who plays Martha needs to go on a diet. By jingo, she does. I was a size 12 when I went into the Holly Arms 12 years ago. Gad and Netflix can't even get that right. I didn't wear big tents and cardigans like she does. I used to run, then walk 10 miles a day and only put on weight in lockdown because I broke my ankle, but I'll lose it. I also don't have big boggly eyes like her. What a mess. The other day, someone sent me the Daily Mail article about Gad's sexual history. Gad about, well, I don't read the Daily Mail. It's very painful, but why was a homosexual asking a straight woman like me out repeatedly and stalking me? Maybe that's one for his shrink, eh? Or his 7 shrinks, as the case may be. Then it goes on about his middle-class upbringing. Well, the mother was a school receptionist. The father a science professor Dundee Uni. It's not like they were high-ranking professional S in the city, but they had money. The sexual history I don't know about and haven't read cause I'm not interested. I'm interested in why a homosexual would ask a straight woman out and be obsessed by them. Yeah, we can really tell by all those emails that she sent that he was the one obsessed with her. Yeah, right, Fiona. Is this the Daily Mail's attempt to do him over despite his lawyer's threats? I don't know who his lawyers are, but they are clearly worse than useless because all they do is threaten everyone in sight. Bullies too. That's not how to be a good lawyer, folks. Yeah, let's ask Fiona how to be a good lawyer. Let's get some of her brilliant insight on the law. They have annoyed and threatened everyone. I don't know who they are, but others have reported them to the SRA. I do know that. The media lawyers are laughing at them. And ladies of all ages, a warning to you. You may wander into a bar for a meal or shop or something. You may feel the bartender is a hopeless wee soul, but my friend pointed out several stalkers in the Holly Arms. She said that guys staring and staring at you. I know, I said, I've got eyes in the back of my head. I said, while we were on the topic, that guy over there has been staring at you. Oh, I never noticed, she said. Right enough, she said, he is. The Holly Arms is like that, which is why I didn't go back in. She said to me, funny how I noticed your stalker and you noticed mine. Yes, I said. I didn't think any more about it till all hell let loose 3 weeks ago on the Wednesday and I was intimidated by the media. I don't think any woman deserves that, and 99% of these journalists were men. One has been understanding. One, it's the way folk live their lives in London. Stalking, drink, drugs, abuse are, well, it's not how I live mine. I think London, in fact England, is a very, very unsafe place for women of all ages, even if you go anywhere with a group of pals. So that stalker could be Richard Gad, and you could end up suing Netflix for millions years later, 11 years later. It's like a bloody bad Channel 5 movie. So watch out for guys staring at you, chatting you up, following you, Googling you, talking to folk about you behind your back. They want money or sex or both, or to write a crap Netflix drama that is totally and utterly untrue. Their lives are crap, so they want to ruin yours. Seriously though, people I have always championed, women victims of domestic violence. Domestic violence v. women is a terrible, terrible crime. Sexist, nasty bars like the Holly Arms should have been shut down years ago. Stupid councils like Candom don't act. Hopeless. Okay, everyone is laughing at the curtains joke, but women have been seriously assaulted in there. It's no laughing matter. England is a patriarchal society. Scotland isn't. Women can get places in Scotland on merit. Women are domestically abused a great deal in England. If you are being abused by any man, tell someone, indeed, get lawyers and leave him. No one should have to put up with that. I'm not putting up with Richard Gadd and Netflix defaming me and silly wee male reporters straight out of nappies who should know better. I'm off for the weekend, but do leave that gay guy pretending to be straight who's abusing you. This is the thing now. Leave that job if a boss is abusing you. Okay, you may be skint and lonely for a while, but do it. I was too of my year, the first year the women's studies class ran during my second degree. I thought I was clued up. I think I was then years ago, but I hadn't thought about the young gay no-hoper guy making my life hell. You don't. You think, well, if I walk down a dark street at 4 a.m., I might get abused, but I never in a million years thought this would happen. And I'm fed up with 100 million articles over about 15 years of Richard Gadd playing the victim. It's nonsense. He's not. Have a good weekend, everyone. X. Fiona X. Test. Finally, with reference to the Labour Party, I have had nothing to do with them since 2000. I do not vote for them. I do not speak to their dodgy politicians. I don't associate with criminals. Most of us are actively moving out of the UK. Anything Labour is frankly a disaster area, and again, no one in their right mind in America is voting for the Democrats. Now, you all have a good weekend and stop being online trolls. One last thing, can people stop asking me in the street, that is once in a blue moon when I do go out, did I sleep with Richard Gadd? The reply is A, the same. I'm not registered blind and deaf, thanks. Bye-bye. And no, I won't be doing a stand-up show. That is rather the preserve of talentless wonders, thanks very much. Richard Roth, attorney, also raised on the Piers Morgan show that R is a capital offense, and why is no journalist looking for this alleged abuser? Well, I've got my own thoughts on that, as one would imagine. 5 names have been mentioned to me. I just wish they'd catch this alleged abuser at large and stop giving me all the flack. I'm not going to do it, but 3 calls from me and I could find that abuser if he exists at all. I frankly have a life still and I intend to live it. I only mention this alleged abuser because it's been done to death in show after show and tabloid after tabloid, so I just thought I'd throw in my tuppence worth. Not that anyone is listening. Bye for now. We are going for a nice meal. But Fiona, I thought you were afraid to go outside because you were so afraid of all the death threats, remember? What a lovely lunch we just had. I'd post you photos, but I've got too many stalkers. And I didn't go to Park School for Girls in Glasgow Uni like my stalkers. I went to good universities and know the law. Tell you what, as a gesture of goodwill, I'll pay for Gadd's R counseling since his current shrinks don't seem to be able to sort him out. I went into the Holly Arms because I'd sprained my leg and it was somewhere to eat. I didn't go in looking for me in or random dropouts from Glasgow Uni Theatre School. I'm never scraping the bottom of the barrel like that. But the Holly Arms has had so many complaints lately, it will be shut down, as will other bars. People have had enough. If the barmaid, and there were many and many barmen, wants to come to me or Richard Roth with her evidence, that's fine. We will protect her anonymity. This is the one who went to the Daily Mail. I'm surprised they published her evidence. Normally, all reporters are threatened by Farrer's Richard Gadd so-called lawyers in London. Stories are changed depending on what Farrers want people to write. And they call this a free country, eh? Yes, free for certain people depending on whether you went to Park School for Girls, Madras College, and Oxford Uni Theatre School. Well, I didn't, and I refused to be intimidated by them any longer. Felt sorry for me, my ass. Abused me to make himself money, which currently Netflix won't pay him because they are all feuding. Glasgow Uni produces these types. Sons and daughters of alcoholic lawyers and failed academics. If you want to know the law, listen to what me and good lawyers are saying. Don't spend hours listening to failed lawyers, failed counsel, and theater studies people, for God's sake. Today I also wanted to thank Lisa very much for helping with my shopping. She knows who she is, a little star. Facebook really need to get their act together too and remove the 25 false accounts, not mine. They need to stop my friends being harassed, and their settings features don't work. It's a shambles with a failed MP in charge. And if you are some tabloid so-called reporter, don't come to me at every stage of proceedings and bug the living daylights out of me for a comment. There are a great number of stages in an action like this. Just don't meddle in matters you cannot comprehend. I am not paid to do your jobs. Mind you, the broadsheets are just as bad. If this matter goes to proof trial, that could be a year from now. Do not listen to idiot criminal baristas with their views. This is a civil defamation action and has nothing to do with stalking. Hey, you heard it here first. No criminal jobbing barristers are involved in this suit. I sacked that months ago. Have a pleasant evening. I intend to. There was something else I wish to clarify. I will live wherever I want, so will my nearest and dearest. We would not be paying any cognizance to Laura Walker's ramblings on Piers Morgan's show weeks ago. I put him back on the map inadvertently and unwittingly, sadly, and he abused my trust. His staff lied to me. It was shocking. I was given a list of questions. He asked none of them. On his show, she dictated where I would live. Well, it doesn't work like that. I will buy wherever I want, and the standing joke in the legal profession is now get clearance from Walker where you want to buy. It's pathetic. People were wetting themselves laughing over this. It's play school politics. I will live where I want, marry who I want, and date who I want. Yeah, Fiona, except none of the people that you want to marry or date want to marry or date you. It's called freedom. It used to be taught in comprehensive schools in Scotland. Oh, but I forgot. I've to be called Stalker Jailbird because two people from rather dodgy private schools in Scotland say so, because people in the Labour Party say so, and I'm supposed to be a slob. Dream on. What planet are they living on? As far as the Labour Party is concerned, John Smith, KC MP, was the best leader we never had. I got on well with Dewar, who is dead. Indeed, both are, but Walker put that in the Stalker article. I asked Gad not to spread it around when it was clear he had spread it around to upset me. I told the Labour Party to take a hike, tore up my card, and now you've got a totally ineffective government, and the MPs are usually failed councillors from years ago and Stepford wives and hubbies. It's a mess. Riots, rogue landlords, parties, and Abitha with ill-fitting dresses and fat little tummies, so I'm glad not to be a part of it. It is frankly a national embarrassment. I vote Tory or SNP or Reform, so that's enough clarification for one day. You'll like my singing albums when they come out. I'm sure of it. Oh yeah. If anyone has not yet caught Fiona Harvey's amazing rendition of J-Lo's classic Jenny from the Block, you definitely need to check that out.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm just Jenny from the block. Have a lot. Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm just Jenny from the block.
And remember, do keep Richard Gadd in your prayers tonight as he plays the professional victim everywhere he goes, because he's got nobody except his parents who pay for everything. His agent, who runs to the Daily Mail 6 times a day since forever, his publicists, his Netflix lawyers, his London lawyers, all of his theater director pals. Down Soho, Clerkenwell, Oxford, and Glasgow Uni, his nurse sister, his ex-cronies, Holly Arms, are the ones with the antecedents. The rest don't want you to know him, his criminal jobbing barrister pals. All have been briefing me for years, and of course his besties Laura Walker and the hippopotamus Jessica Gunning, who just has to be a size 28 and hates my guts. Poor old Gad on his own my ass. He organized this pile-on with me. He's organized it for years, and well, it's fodder for the press. Well, I want no part of it. I will pursue the legal action, that's it. His agent will take 20% anyway of his worldwide earnings. He has been paid nothing by Netflix while the litigation goes on. It is confirmation bias. It has to stop. Let's have a little joke to end the night, but I was told it as a true story, and I think it may well be knowing how incompetent some of the English lawyers are. Woman goes into a Mayfair, been going there years. Hairdresser thinks she's an idiot. FFS, FFS, all sorts of explicitives. What's wrong, he says. I went on holiday and the others messed up. Oh, you work for Netflix, don't you, says he. Yes, I'm the head of the department in London. Sounds like the kind of idiots down here who get their CPE thing, and that's all they have, and go and work for Netflix. Knowing London as I do, well, I think it's a true story. One of the many I'm hearing about Netflix and Gad. Hope they catch that alleged abuser, though. The rumor also in theater lovey circles is the alleged abuser paid Gad for his silence and or threatened him with legal action. That's London for you, a cesspit of depravity. Thank God I'm leaving it. My grand and her family lived in then East End of London for 500 years anyway. They are turning in their graves at the state of London in general. Anyone halfway normal wants out. The media, both tabloid and broadsheets, have been totally out of control, in this case both sides of the border. Incessant requests for interviews. I'm doing none. Incessant intrusion. It's very clear to me none of these reporters can read or write. I will not appear in any articles with editors wishing to put me and Gad together. Yeah, I'm so sure all of the editors just so desperately want for Richard Gad and Fiona to get together. That makes a lot of sense. Just look at the mess they have made of that today. A pig's breakfast to sell grotty rags. We had Piers Morgan begging me to do a documentary with me after his show. Then he slagged me off in his columns. Just what planet are these people on? Dennis Quaid went on Piers Morgan. Loved Dennis. Everyone wanted to be Ellen Barkin in The Big Easy. He was gorgeous. Is Fiona telling the truth, he asked Dennis, i.e. I'm back on the map. This is my best show ever. She got more hits than Ronaldo in less time. This is what his lying staff were boasting. Yes, said Dennis. Then Piers, because of his bad private schooling, prodded as prosecutor failed prosecutor. Yes, I've been told about this crap, but I teal not to watch some of them. The Laura Walker one, I've been told she was hysterical not to watch because the folk that did watch it ended up screaming explicitives, so folk had to watch all this crap for me. Really good friends, most are lawyers, and don't want their law firms attacked by the usual suspects, so I haven't asked to give affidavits. My good pal John Hala, others did, and we have spares. I still have about 800 articles to read where Gad and Walker have been running to the press every 2 minutes. Oh, what fun! Since Livingston, the press have got worse. None of these guys have degrees, and the oldies that have, well, seem to have been off uni a lot. It's a bit like the Netflix draftings. Impossible to read. No, I think that's your posts, Fiona, that are impossible to read. Rehashed stories all the time. Would not have passed grade 5 primary school when I was there. How they got my phone? No, I don't know. Someone in Camden will have given that out. That phone is now in the bin. The American press is better. It's not so imbecilic in character. As for the Netflix draftings, well, their motion to dismiss was really their entire case in one motion. That would not have passed first year law when I was there. It was a joke. I've never seen that done ever. There are various stages to a court procedure in civil cases. They have lumped it all together. It was full of incompetences, lies, and some of their witnesses have Antecedents, I think, i.e., those giving affidavit evidence. Everyone found it difficult to read, like the writers had, had been on drugs. That was the sense I got. So this is not fun. Then the press phoned me every 2 minutes. No, they should be phoning Richard Roth. Chris Dahl was sacked by me months ago for incompetence and other nefarious matters. These jobbing criminal English counsels should not be interfering in civil cases. A greater degree of intellect is required, frankly. It's like the other criminal barrister who put his criminal client on my phone in the wee small hours of the morning for weeks on end, saying she was a publicist. He's based in Essex. She was a moron who couldn't read and write. Then she said she was a tabloid reporter. Maybe I should write a book about the press, the media circus. The Leveson inquiry was a waste of time and money. I told them it would be. All the good journalists, like Kirsty Wark, have retired. All the idiots are left. Then we've got this Neanderthal who has an online petition to have me killed. It's okay, he's been reported to police. I was given his real name today. Did Richard Gadd intellectually weak though? He is really think none of this would happen? Did Netflix? No, they knew. This is not the first time they have done this or tactics. Let's shope. It's the last. It's the biggest lie in television history. This case is about identification and defamation. If their lawyers think it's about stalking, they should have been kicked out of law school day one. Lawyers are not supposed to mislead the public. Netflix lawyers do it constantly. So do some of the affidavit-s. I had been expected to drop this case through bullying and intimidation by Netflix and their emissaries. That will not be happening. I don't want this happening to anyone else. I at least have a social conscience and ethics. If they did, they would look for the alleged abuser who has caused all the problems. If Gadd has made that up, God help him. I've been given 5 potential names from reporters and others. If he does exist, the reporters are covering that up. What sick people they are. Good night. Sleep tight. Apparently and allegedly, I have pinched Gadd's bottom, according to Gadd, who is hardly Mr. Credibility 2024. Some incompetent junior counsel thinks I should have got 8 years for that. Problem is, I didn't do it. Also, even if I did, it's hardly crime of the century. What the hell are they teaching them at bar school here? It's deeply worrying. Papers and papers about bottom pinching. There is potentially an assaulter on the loose who could do it to others, and he's making up stories about bottom pinching. Is that what they teach them at Glasgow Uni Theatre College and Oxbridge Theatre School? One does wonder! To put it in context, drugs being sold in and out of the Holly Arms. At night, Winehouse bought drugs there. Everyone a Camden alcoholic, staff being sacked and abusing people left, right, and center. Abuse allegations, assault allegations, raids by immigrations in the drug squad, money being stolen by staff from the safe when drinking owned it, all sorts other cool stuff, but Peace D resistance I allegedly pitched through Gadd's bum. Well, stop the traffic. This is news, eh? Not to mention one barman had 8 girlfriends all taken to the wee room upstairs. Better not mention him. His sister is a celebrity? It's all come out in the wash. Boom, boom. Will I do a book about the Holly Arms, the real story? Yes, the Holly Arms, Castlehaven Road, what an amazing establishment. It keeps being set on fire and getting rebuilt like much of Camden Market, which has been up for sale for 3 years. John Clancy worked there at the time of the Gadd implosion. He had 8 different women who all discovered each other and there was a cat fight. He's the younger brother of Cabby Clancy married to Peter Couch, and they are supposed to be English national treasures. All I know is one of these women, a Spanish lassie called Sandra, came up to me in tears, Camden High Street, shaking and sobbing. She'd been sacked and not paid by then manager Craig Seymour. She was shaking. They picked on her no end. She says I was actually sacked for sleeping with John. John, who Abby Clancy's brother. I'm Scottish. I don't keep track of all these English national treasures, but she'd had some run-in with a lawyer years ago, so recognizes the name. So women got sacked in there for sleeping with the wrong barman, and then they obviously wanted rid. I wondered if she was the brave barmaid X who went to the Daily Fail. Slipped up their forward solicitors, eh? That one got through. Only in Camden would a place like the Holly Arms be allowed to thrive. Corrupt labor, control licensing, see environmental health do nothing, bribes to licensing police, late lock-ins. Blind eyes turn to drug raids. This is Camden Council corrupt to the core, and I think you will find, like that newly elected Labor MP, Camden Council are rogue landlords living in terrible chronic. But never mind, the MP staff do nothing but leak emails to the Sun newspaper, another criminal offense breach of data protection being just one. Never mind, thought the Prime Minister is another one with no proper law degree. It's in jurisprudence with the obligatory Oxbridge back, which is also not a law degree, and the rest of us still owe the HS2 displacement money. And this is the way it goes, Inc. Andom, which is why all the rock stars and professionals have moved out. Good riddance to it. The bit that got me was the fashion designer on Baby Reindeer who also ran off to the Daily Fail. Wonder if he's up for an Emmy too. Wouldn't surprise me. I think he would be an H2 who loves women, especially women with a brain. He has never met me, says I looked across between Heather on EastEnders, Pam Ferris, and his old school teacher and someone else. Contraventions of the Equality Act all over the place there, but he's in theater land so thinks he's immune from prosecution or anything. The joke is that Martha character Jessica Gunning was at some crap drama college Heather from EastEnders went to and some other person mentioned in a Daily Fail article. They have all done considerably better than her, and I was not even consulted as style consultant. LOL. Never mind if she's unemployed again, Gad can always write a play for her called the called the hippo with the big bulging eyes, who A, looks a state. He can continue the animal theme. He claims he wrote Baby Reindeer, although I think there were Netflix lackey helpers who weren't that bright. He's now doing Lions, but they are not giving him permission to film in Glasgow. No doubt that's a true story again, and that's about male abuse again. Just for a change not. Don't change the winning formula. I also had a childhood toy, I'm told, called Mickey Wee Monkey my relatives tell me about. That could be the next one since I'm the muse, LOL. One of the producers on Piers Morgan's show kept screaming that night, Gad is finished, and I should write Baby Reindeer too. No, I've got other talents, thank you. Said producer took weeks to pay John Hallis' invoice and I've been paid nothing. England is rather a bad cartoon, is it not? Have a great day, everyone. I intend to. Oh, Fiona, what has prompted you speaking out after so long? It was that line in a tabloid rag yesterday. Oh, I'll be caught up with her forever, said Gad. What a damn cheek. He and Laura Walker started this media circus, not me. I want to be nowhere near them. I don't want my namer and theirs in the same sentence. They crib ideas off each other. They harass me to high heaven. She even had me door stopped at my old addressee when they started. We do not mix in the same circles. My friends are not failures, and they're all really clever. And I can tell you all, the reporters who approached me had not even seen Baby Reindeer. They watched it latterly. No one in England could stay sober enough. They fell asleep. They fell asleep. We have had people watch it with a fine-tooth comb, and people have had to Google up for me things the dramatist person have said because I can't bear reading it. It's so nasty. Researchers have worked for free, and I'm very grateful to them, in particular one who shall remain nameless or they will attack him. People have literally had to read this stuff over to me in particular prominent lawyer friends. They are appalled but not surprised, given to dramatist persona. I'm surprised I've got any hair left, but then I've got great hair and the best hairdresser in John Holla. Superstar. I am just one of a long list of women in the UK battered by idiot male journalists. Katie Price gets horrific treatment. That girl has done incredibly well in life. She's a success story and I couldn't have copied with a disabled child the way she has, I don't think. The battering she gets by idiot reporters is frankly ridiculous. The battering Meghan Markle got was ridiculous. Carolyn Flax, another one, ridiculous treatment. Madonna, biggest star in the world, was accused by tabloids of phoning up a Chelsea bar for men, a bar like the Holly Arms. It's a London thing. I, like Madonna, am not a member of DesperateShag.com. Carrie Katona, terrible treatment. The list goes on unless one is a national treasure and tows the line with the Labour Party and royal family. Who made up this list of national treasures anyway? Maybe folk who went to Park School for Girls and failed theater schools, perhaps. If they can attack Madonna, they can attack anyone. The jibes from Graham Norton when she did that dance video were outrageous. She has and did have a great figure, great shape. Was Graham Norton not in the Soho Mafia for years? I don't even watch TV now because all it is softball shows with failed politicians, failed actors, and failed comedians. I can't stand it. I listen to music all day when I can. The way certain women are treated in the British media is appalling. And then the Z-rate women journalists chime in. It makes me vomit blood, it really does. Forget the H. palaver you get from the Holly Arms. This is far worse. I've got a name for British journalists. It's bobbleheads. As for Piers Morgan's lot, the regulators need to shut them down. I've never met such a bunch of liars in all my life. Sky TV and everyone else has been on the phone too. The whole world. Someone in Camden gave the entire media my number. Some non-existent lawyer they hire H-Quad assured me there would be a duty of care. The SRA need to investigate that one. Shall be one of these with few stupid English qualifications too. I thought at the time perhaps Piers should not have been sacked by GMTV, but I don't watch morning TV. I'm not English and didn't fail all my school exams. The lack of intellect was shocking. Many of these presenters failed at primary school. So being Scottish, we regard people like Piers as non-entities. Meghan Markle got him off telly. I think the regulators need to seriously looky at the way he and his staff behave, surrounded by incompetent counsel and lawyers. Let's put it this way. If I sent any of them to the chip shop for chips, they'd come back with a pickled dunion. There's Morgan's column written for the week so he can go off drink pims all week. Reporters with no IQ also phone me up and say Gad and Jessica are gonna be on Strictly and in the Jungle. What do you think? Reply, get off my phone. Who are you talking about?